Shut up and sit down.
Hello, gang. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and yeah,
Hello.
him again.
Hello.
Yeah,
I can subscribe.
yeah, he's on steroids again, folks.
Which reminds me, I didn't take my pills today. I better do that now, wouldn't I?
Oh yeah, get your pills taken, mate.
The ones I should have taken, 12 hours ago. Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah. Whilst you're doing that, then I'll do a bit of chatling, mate. Let's have a looky-loos.
Hello, everyone. Ooh.
Good evening, anyway, folks. Hope you're all doing all right. In the chat, we got Marcus Brun saying hello to Colin and Fox. Hello, Marcus. How you doing, mate? Marcus
Hello.
is saying hello, Dave, number one. That's me saying hello, folks.
Hello, Dave.
You goes in saying evening, everyone. Hello, you. How you doing, mate? Marcus saying hello to Hugo. Calum's in, White Glove Models. Hello, Colin Fox. Everyone in the Lander chat. Hope you're all having a great start to the week, and we are, mate. Hope everyone's nice and chilled and got all the tellies turned off and just chill at your bench. Yeah. Marcus is saying hello to WGM. Fox is in. Ibble Wobble, Chocolate Bubble. There you go.
And nobody replied to that, so nobody grew up in the 1970s up in the north, clearly.
I know.
Because if you grew up in the 1970s round my area, you'd know exactly what the response to that is.
Yeah, waste of a good statement there, mate, wasn't it?
I know.
Dan
Ibble
Kramer.
Wobble, Chocolate Bubble.
Absolutely. Dan Kramer's in, says hello, everyone. Dig Dish Music. Happy days,
Hey,
mate.
Dan.
That's everyone saying hello to Dan. Richard Thomas is in, saying hello. Hello, Richard. How you doing, mate?
Hello, Richard.
The Bobbins is in, says I am present. Hello, mate.
Very civilised name, Richard, isn't it? Hello, Richard. Hello.
It is. John Pole is
civilised
in,
name.
saying
Hey,
hi
John.
all. Hello, John. Hope things are all right in the US of A, mate. Get squishy ready. Edward Leonard is in. Hello, Colin, Fox and chat. A very elegant squishy there, mate.
It's a slow-paced one.
That was a very end of the week mellow squishy time there, wasn't it? An ASMR squishy.
See, it could be like a proper deep sea one that just kind of goes like that because it just goes bah! With the currents.
Absolutely. So everyone's saying hello to each other there. You Gordon's all good. Happy days, mate. Glad to hear it, mate.
Oh, good.
Cora Pink is in. Hi, Colin Fox. Just a quick pop
Hello.
in to give a thumbs up before I go to sleep. Night. Oh,
Hello, Cora Pink.
Edward Leonard is saying hello to Marcus. So there you go, folks. Speedily did the chat there, mate.
I know you would do.
I know. Hugh Golden says he's watching Twin Town. It's as funny as. Absolutely, mate.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
No, I'm just acknowledging it. I've got no idea. I remember Twin Peaks, but I don't know whether that's the same.
Oh, I've got the theme tune in my head now from Twin Peaks. Dum 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 because I had the soundtrack for that.
Earworm.
That was a very strange soundtrack. I don't know why I bought it, but I did.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
So anyway, mate, how's your
Hello.
week? How's your week been? How's Mum? Hopefully everything's all right in Fox Towers.
My week's been like this.
Yeah.
Flat. Nothing's happened this week. Nothing. Well, actually, something has happened. I'll
Yeah.
show you in a minute.
Oh.
But doing a handbrake turn, everything's fine here. Mama Fox is okay. She's trundling along as ever.
Yeah.
Slowly, as we say. I have done a thing.
Oh, good man.
But I had lots of plans for painting this week, and they've all fallen apart. But
All gone a bit Pete Tong, has it?
yeah, because I painted my tracks. I put my track wash on my tracks. As you can see, they're looking nice and brown now. Yes. Oh, yes. But the problem is, it's still coming off on my fingers. It's enamel track wash.
Yeah.
And it went on Tuesday, and it's still a bit...
Can't seal it in with a matte coat either, can you? Because if it ain't dried, it's just going to push the matte off, isn't it?
Yeah, so I've got to be kind of careful. I say putting, like you say, I want to do a satin coat so I can do the next stage of weathering. But if it's not fully cured, it's just going to eat through the varnish. It's not the varnish. So I'm like, hello. So what I might have to do, I've given it a good few days now, so I know these things take a while. So what I might have to do is just go over it with a cotton bud to get any excess off. And
Air dryer, will that not?
it's had a bit of that, but I can give it some more. But yeah, I'll give it another few days. I'm not in a massive rush or anything.
No, it's just worrying, isn't it?
It's frustrating. But the thing is, I can't remember what I did on the Bane blade. I probably just varnished straight over the tracks without waiting for a week. but I can't
From
remember.
what I remember, I think you did. I think you just put satin over it.
Yeah,
The only
and then
other way then is to perhaps do 2 or 3 of the bottom tracks, just to see whether or not you get a reaction, and if that turns out okay, then you can just satin coat it.
or just risk it. Do what I always do and just go, screw it and do it anyway. And usually turns out all right.
What's the worst that can happen? You might just have to go back over it and touch up a few areas.
Yeah, or just strip the whole thing and start again. Yeah. The thing is, it would be restricted just to the tracks if it went a bit wrong. So, like you say, I can just dry brush over that if I needed to. So I might give it a few more days because I want to get the ink washes done. I also did the little tracks on the back.
Oh,
to look a
nice.
bit more. Now I didn't put as much on the back there. You can see you can still see like the bluey grey underneath one of the track parts.
Yeah, works though, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I did a little bit of it on the engine compartment as well as some of the washes.
Oh, he's good.
But because some people did ask, all it was, I painted the tracks light grey, and then I did some of the track parts in a slightly darker grey, and a couple of them in like a light blue, and I used Thunderhawk blue as well, and then I just brushed over the enamel track wash, like that, and it kind of shows through, and you get different colours because the different colour. I did also discover, using my brain of thinking, I'll show you. Hang on. I also discovered an interesting way. You know, like we all struggle to how to paint things like machine guns and stuff that don't just... Traditionally, you paint them like silver and then put a black wash on them and they look like balls. But then some people use gunmetals, but gunmetals never look good. I kind of tried out a new thing, which is... I don't know if you'll see it on camera. I'll zoom in a little bit. Hang on, let me see if I can
just go full screen, mate.
Let me zoom in. Just for the colours. It won't really... Remember, it's a shitty digital webcam, so it'll look a bit pants. But what I did was, rather than painting it silver and doing a few black washes, which generally looks like it's something painted silver with a couple of black washes on it, what I did was, I simply painted it a couple of coats of Dark Reaper, which is a very dark bluey grey. And you might think, well, why that doesn't really make any sense. But then what I did was, after going over it with this Dark Reaper, which is it's pretty much that colour.
Yeah.
It's a kind of strange colour. It's not dark.
A little bit darker than a fang then, yeah?
Yeah, but it's like a bluey grey. And it's not. You wouldn't look at that and think it's machine gun colour or weapon colour. Then I gave it a couple of coats of Null Oil. And then just the very lightest of dry brush of, I can't remember which grey now, just a light grey. Yeah. It might have just been like Administratum Grey or Dawnstone or something, just to pick the edges out. Yeah. And then what I'll do is, so that's all now matte, because it's all just paints. It's matte, it's got darkness, it's got the dry brushing on the light bits. And then when it's all finished and everything's matted off and varnished, I'll go over very carefully with a very subtle dry brush of a shiny metallic just to pick up some of the edges. Yeah. So this way you get that kind of like dark weapon patina without it looking like it's just silver with a black wash, which never works. And it's only because I've been, obviously for the last week, all of us spent a lot of time looking at small arms. So I've had a lot of reference images to look at.
It has been a bit doom and gloom, innit? So,
but I did decide that the Deathcore are old school and they have wooden grips on their heavy machine guns.
Oh, impressive. Yeah, nice touch.
To give it a bit of wooden grips on there. So so if you're looking at doing like weapons like that on, or any kind of weapons, you want.
Oh, he's gone out. He's done well there, folks. He'll be back in a moment. There he is.
There you go. Yes, if you want to do a different way of doing a weapon that doesn't just look like the normal shiny nonsense, give that a go. Dark Reaper, a couple of Null Oil washes, a light, very, very, very subtle dry brush of a light grey, and then you can put your metallic highlights on later, and they'll be really sparing. Nice. They'll be really just like where it's chipped off.
Happy days. Donald Mackenzie's in, saying morning everyone. Hello Donald, hope you're doing all right, mate.
But anyway, I had a lot of plans this week, but none of them happened because I can't do anything with it. So because I'm waiting for that to dry. So I've done nothing this week again. Sadly.
What are we
various other things have meant I've not been able to get to the bench anyway. Nom, nom, nom. I did however, what else did I do? I did have a little Xbox time.
Oh, right.
And what did I do? I found out, and I had forgotten this, but I found out I could get Half-Life 2 on my Series X.
Oh, right, yeah.
I didn't realise it was back compatible, and I had it on my 360.
Yeah.
So I had to go to the. It was kind of weird. I had to go to the original. I had to get my old Xbox 360 out.
Yeah.
And re-download it on that, and then I could download it on my Xbox Series X.
Oh, nice.
So I had to register that I had it. So I was playing that earlier on. Classic game, that.
Was you making all kinds of squeaky gamey noises?
Well, no, because it's one of those games. It's a legendary game and it's really good, but it's also not exciting to play.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's like I can go back and play it quite happily, but it's basically just it's like a 22-hour physics demo.
Oh, right, yeah.
So yeah, so I've been doing a bit of that, but not much. I say most of the time this week I've just been spent doing family stuff, real life stuff.
Well, real life has been in there, hasn't it, mate? We've all had a bit of that this week.
Yeah. Anyway, how are you?
I'm all right.
What have you been up to?
Well, I've done a bit of this and a bit of that. I've been. I'll tell you what. Let's take the paint off that paintbrush a minute.
Why don't we go full screen for you, and you can show us what you've been doing?
Yeah.
There you go. You're on the big telly now.
It's literally as soon as I pick my brush up, you ask me a question.
Well, you knew I was going to ask you because
I just thought whilst you was having your ramble, I would do a bit of fettling. Let's put.
You should always know that my ramble stops the moment you need it not to.
Absolutely. There you go. Let's bung that out of the way. What have I been up to? Been doing a bit of shiny. Sprayed the bonnet on the Gran Torino.
Ooh, that reminds me of the nose on the lion in the Herbs.
Yeah.
Remember the Herbs? Was it Parsley?
Parsley there.
He had a red shiny drop, like jam-looking nose.
So I've been doing that and spraying the bodywork. Yeah, so I've done that, believe it or not, is, to me, up CS8.
I was asking him earlier on how he'd done it, and he's not glossed it yet. It's just rattle campaign.
Yeah, it's not 2K clear yet. What else have I been doing? Built up the E-Models Suzuki into its bits, and then obviously primed me squig, ready to paint the squig.
Squig Prime.
Done a little bit of checkers. Did the bone last week on the stream. And that's pretty much all I've done because I've been tied with medical stuff this week. So, yeah.
Did you see the amusing orc meme that I put up for you in the 24/7 chat a few days ago?
Would that involve scrolling up?
Yeah.
Then, how can I say this? That would be an ecumenical matter.
You know when I posted it in that group that you own.
Yeah, yeah.
It was basically a massive like shopping trolley full of dice, and I was saying, well, you know how you're not building that gaming table? Here's the other thing you'll need because you're playing orcs. You'll need about 1,000 dice. This is
absolutely. Yeah. Jamie Bone question: does anyone know where to get a 1/24 tractor trailer?
This will be a stupid question. What's a tractor trailer? Other than a trailer that you put a tractor on.
Are you on about an articulated lorry tractor trailer, or are you on about a farmer's tractor trailer?
Is it just the bit that goes on the back of the cab with the long with the shipping crate on it and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
If not, it might be a case of a scratch building, mate.
Because I know that if you're looking at like trucks models, that tends to be Italeri.
Yeah,
Italeri you go to for trucks. They do 1/24 trucks. Whether they just do a trailer unit, they might do like the trailer unit with the thing on it.
Yeah, he's saying a farmer's trailer.
Okay.
Have a look on E-Models. They do some farmyard stuff, but it's probably a Google search, mate, of the scale you're after with farmyard equipment, mate. But I think Bobbin says their dad's work do a trailer for their big truck in 35th scale, but either that or it's going to be scratch build, mate.
Yeah, 1/24 for farm equipment is
absolutely.
I say probably not that common. A lot of them tend to be 1/30. Then again, I suppose modern. I don't know. You get like modern tractors, like you get your like again, you get your Italeri and you get the who's that Japanese manufacturer that does all the industrial plant like diggers and stuff.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to think of, but
Hasegawa,
that's it. Yeah,
they might be 1/24.
You might find that you can. Yeah, Hasegawa might be the one to go for, mate.
Hello, Mama Fox.
Just do a Google search, mate. Jeff's in, Candygram for Mongo, saying hello to everyone. Hello, Jeff.
Candygram for Mongo.
Muse is snooked in and give me a hugs, runs back to work. Huggages have been
You're
issued.
allowed to type, Col. Go on.
Already have done, mate.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you have, yeah. I noticed it.
Caleb saying that's a great finish on the whole car. It's hard to believe it's not glossed yet. Yeah, it is literally. It's literally
What?
5, maybe 6 very thin coats.
What gave you the balls of steel to try a gloss Brattlecone paint job? Because I tried it in the past and it's come out looking like absolute dog's baubles. So
Why?
I've never done it since.
That was decanted, mate, into tomato pots
Oh, was
and
it?
sprayed through the airbrush. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I have my what's his name of decantedness,
What made you go for it spraying and gloss then?
because I just wanted to.
You wanted to try it rather than just rather than spraying a matte and then
Yeah, no, I
depending on the
just
gloss
thought, well, if I
varnish.
go gloss and then go shiny, it'll go super shiny. And that's what I use as my decanter, an old pipette.
Pipette. It looks like a really cheap Dalek. It's like the big pink. Oh, your hole. Your big pink straw's got a red end.
You know you want it.
If you press that button now, you'd waste a camera, but it'd be funny.
Yeah. But no, that's pretty much what I used. I had some, believe it or not, I had some left over from the CBR Fireblade that I did for the guys at E-Models. So rather than it sit there, I just decanted it and gave it, the obligatory mist coat, wet coats, and that's how
When you
it's
say
come
e-models, would that be e-models.co.uk, your one-stop shop for e-model making needs?
Absolutely, one of my affiliates or whatever you want to call it. And talking of that, if you want to help,
Yes.
if you want to help support this channel,
There you go.
you can do on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below any of my content and this video. Also, if you look in the top right, you'll see Goblin Gaming. Now, they've got a 3 times points thing this week.
Yep.
So there's
3
a
times
link.
your points.
There's a link in the chat. In the description of the video. Click it, go and buy all the things. Fox has got one on his channel as well if you want to do it through Fox's shop. You can also support me on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, and you can also do the same with Fox at patreon.com/modelmakingguru, and that'll get you access to the 24/7 hangouts where all the groovy gang hide away. If you want to get our attention, you can @ Model Making Guru or @ Festa67's Workshop, or to be super cool and get a bit of air guitar and your name in a big colourful box, you can do a super chat. All donations gladly help support the channel and keep the content coming. Ta-da.
Did you just like make that all up off your own brain there, or was it written off of words?
No, I
Written
just
down,
winged it, mate.
Good man.
Was you impressed? That was voluntary
impressed.
pimpage, wasn't it?
Because like in the old days, you'd be like, "No, if you want to support the button and that bye." That's what you used to
Yeah.
be like in the old days. Now you're just like,
Absolutely.
I'm going to give you all the words.
Yeah, well,
Hello, Mama Fox.
someone may have done all the pimpage for me earlier because I was otherwise detained, and yeah. So many thanks for doing the pimpage yet again this week, Fox.
Oh, I didn't know you hadn't done it. I
Yeah,
just did it. And...
Rhonda Singh, Tampa's wife, saying hi, Colin, and hi, Fox. Hello, Rhonda. Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Rhonda.
Everyone's saying hello to Rhonda. That's me with Muse. That's Jamie Bode saying a farmer's tractor. Edward Leonard says AMC does them. There you go.
There you go.
He's good, he is. He says...
Although if it's an AMC one, it might be 1/25th scale, but
Yeah.
I don't think that'll really matter.
Absolutely. He says a coupling he needs is a bar coupling and not a pin and cable. Mate, it's going to possibly be, Jamie, a case of getting some styrene and scratch building one, mate, to be honest with you.
Scratchy buildy.
At least you can do it to your own design then, because it sounds like you want a really particular type of trailer. It might just be easy enough, mate, getting a box of styrene and building your own.
I mean, the thing is, I suppose with trailers, not that I know anything about them, but I would guess it's mostly just like I-beams and box girder shapes. And
Pretty
it's just...
much I-beams, a triangle with your hitch on there and a set of axles. April is in, Scale Modelling Chaos. Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Hello, mate.
buddy.
How you doing?
I would actually say something like a China trailer unit would be great practice for doing that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Richard's saying I'll possibly do the Patreon close to payday, mate. Happy days, Richard. Massively appreciated, mate. Starts from as little as $1 a month. I will be changing it to GP pounds this month, but it's literally £1 a month is the starting price. £1 a 5 or 10, mate. Every little bit helps, buddy.
Yep.
Marcus Bruns put in a €9.99 super chat. Says, well, ladies and gents, Colin and Fox, we have to depart. Wish you all a lovely evening. Enjoy it. And
Take care, Marcus.
Marcus will be getting his bit of air guitar on the screen as we speak. There you go.
Air guitar.
Absolutely. So, yeah. And the Goblin Gaming thing, there's also a link for that up on the Boom Up. And if you can go on there and click it, that also gives Fox a little bit of a commish as well. So.
Aye, it does. But they are doing a 3-point special this weekend. So whatever, like when you buy something from Goblin Gaming, you get points.
Yeah.
And eventually you get enough points that you can put it towards something and get something for free.
Yeah. And what do points make?
Points make, I don't know, bottoms. Points make happiness. But yes, you're getting 3 times the points this weekend, up until Sunday at some point, I think. So I told Cy Reynolds earlier on, and he went there and spent lots of money, which is always good.
Man.
Given that Cy was telling us just a few weeks ago, yeah, I'm not going to get back into the Warhammer hole, and he's just bought a load of orcs.
How was he?
Yep.
Our job is done.
Yep. I'm not getting back into it that big, he says. No,
yeah, I am not going back down that hole that you guys have ended up in. No, of course you're not, Cy.
To quote the G-Man from Half-Life 2, Episode 1, we'll see about that.
Absolutely. Dorkosaurus is in. Hi, Colin, Fox, hugs, and hello, everyone in chat. Hello, mate.
Hey,
how
Dork.
you doing? Right.
Okay, there's one dumbass nub placement on these commandos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's there's a nub on a stick grenade right where like 2 different surfaces meet, and it just ruins it.
Yeah, it's annoying when they do that, isn't it, mate?
It's like you've got like a cylinder with a bit wider like that, and it's right over the yeah. It's a little bit frustrating.
That's everyone saying hello to Edward Leonard. Absolutely, mate.
Squishtacular. He's still not changed his YouTube name yet to Squishy King.
Yeah, should do.
Squishmaster.
The squishy whisperer even.
Squishmaster Squish.
Yeah. See what he did there. That was good.
Yeah. I might have to actually add rivets to this because I've had to sand one off. Bad place to put your nub, Games Workshop. Come on now, sort your shizzle out.
You tell them, mate. They're laughing at you now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you
Dorkosaurus,
Go on.
Dorkosaurus says, feeling a little better today. Had a tooth pulled on Wednesday, taking antibiotics for the infection. Ooh.
Oh, mate. Yeah, something I need to do is get this infamous back tooth done.
Yeah, you're never going to get that done, are you?
I'm petrified at the dentist, mate.
I know. Once you're in there and you get it done, you'll be like, I don't know why I was worried. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's it's one of them. I'll build up to it. Yeah.
Your wife is Scottish. You shouldn't be afraid of anything.
No, only her.
Because everything compared to having your wife, everything compared to having an angry Scot for your wife is nothing. If you've gone that far, you shouldn't be afraid of anything.
She isn't really that bad, by the way, folks.
Yes. We just, you have to remember this is like 1980s comedy mother-in-law jokes kind of scenario.
Yeah. Bless her. She said with the other day, people must have such a bad impression of me, I mean, no, they're not.
No, I don't know why you think that, love.
It's called fear. It's called fear.
It's called abject fear of the annoyed Scottish lady.
Yeah. You're 5'0", of Scottish anger.
Well, I've got some special equipment on my desk today as well, which you haven't seen before. It is a very old photograph of my niece.
Oh, bless her.
From 2005. And a glass. Because the other day when I did have a little bit of time at the bench and I was applying the track wash to that tag, I was joined at the bench by a very special guest.
All right.
A very special guest that ran out from under my paint rack and shot across the desk at 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh.
And then disappeared down the back. And I'm like, well, actually, it shot across the desk and stopped at the edge of the cutting mat.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm trying to put the glass over an edge by that point, like this.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm like, it's going to try. And it went there, and it just got out. It escaped. I couldn't catch it. So, I do have somewhere in this room, a little running bastard.
Oh, dear.
A little 8-legged nonsense, which is somewhere.
But
It may have gone,
the
but
best girly squeals out of you when it re-emerges.
yeah, as long as it re-emerges like on a wall in a corner where I can get to it.
Which means you'll be led in bed and it'll crawl up on your nose and you'll be...
Hey, if I'm asleep, nothing will wake me up. I remember I was sitting there one day and I was thinking, it's amazing how whenever I, catch a spider and stuff and throw it out, they always seem to go into the place where it's easiest to get hold of them, and I spot them. And then I think, then your brain goes, no, they're just the ones that you find in the easy to spot place. I'm like, thanks for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, I wear a gum shield when I sleep because I'm a teeth grinder.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm so glad I do, because it's one of those you think, well, if there is a spider about, it's not going to get in because I've got the protection of the gum shield,
That whole thing about eating 8 spiders in your sleep.
Oh, that's a myth.
Yeah, but the funniest thing about that is the woman that started it actually started it to chart how internet myths grow.
Yeah, wasn't it a teacher?
Yeah, I think she's a teacher or a statistician, and she wanted to chart how internet things spread on the internet. So she made up the thing about swallowing 8 spiders, and it just became people started believing it because it was on the internet. But it's like, so just basically beautifully demonstrated the point.
Yeah, because everything on the internet is true, isn't it?
But I remember watching an interview. One of my favourite presenters, Dr. Alice Roberts. Oh, I've gone a bit weak at the knees. Dr. Alice Roberts.
Crush alert.
It was quite a challenge because it was a programme about spiders that I wouldn't normally have watched, but it was presented by Dr. Alice Roberts, and I'm like, oh, you buggers. So I had to watch it. And she spent a night in a house of spiders. They had this house, and they just filled it with all different types of spiders all around the house.
Yeah.
Like, the house had like a bedroom and a front room and normal furniture, but they deliberately put lots of different spiders in there. And her challenge was to sleep a night in this house. And she's sleeping in this bedroom, and there's like spiders in the room in the corner. And I'm like, oh, and then she goes to bed, and there's a lamp by the side with a little sort of ring, like a hoop at the top of the lamp. Yeah. And there's little tiny spiders made this beautiful web in the top of this lamp. It's like, she's, oh, lovely web. Then she goes to bed and gets up in the morning, and it's gone. And I'm like, yeah. It's like, but the whole house is full of, and they're doing it as an experiment so she could learn about these different spiders. And it was actually a very good programme. But
being that you've got such a crush on her, if you'd had the opportunity, would you have gone into that house because she was there, or would you
absolutely
stayed outside?
No, I would have gone with her.
You would have braved it.
I would have. Oh God, yeah.
Proud
the
of
choice
you.
Between I can spend the night with Dr. Alice Roberts, but I've got to be in a house full of spiders. Yeah, I'm spending the night with Dr. Alice Roberts.
Proud of you, soldier.
Yeah, even if the floor was lava. But anyway, so they had an expert there, and they were saying the reality is, of course, a spider's got plenty of choices as to anywhere it can go. And the last place it's going to go is somewhere damp and moist and wet and horrible. It wants somewhere dry and dark.
Yeah.
Why would you want to go into a damp cave when you can go somewhere that's dark and...
Yeah.
He said, you're breathing in and out and you're moving in your sleep. The last thing a spider's going to do is go in your mouth.
Yeah.
Because it's full of drool and you're moving about. It's going to hide away in a dark, dry place. Like your ear? No. So it was actually a very good programme. They were explaining how spiders, when you flush them down the toilet or flush them down the sink.
Yeah.
And they demonstrated it with like a clear, like a sink with a clear tube where the drain would be.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they said, here's a spider, let's flush it down this sink. So he turned the tap on and it went whoosh down the tube. And he said, you're not going to drown them because they're all furry and fluffy. So when they go underwater, they're in a little air bubble. They've got all air in the fur.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And they go down and they just pop out and float on the surface. If for any reason they lose the air bubble around them, then they'll drown.
Yeah.
But because they're all furry, 99% of the time they'll just breathe the air that's trapped in the fur and then pop up on the outside.
Bless them.
So yes, so somewhere in this room there's a little git.
Yeah,
It was only a little one, but that just means it's a baby and it's got potential to get a lot bigger.
Yeah, I tend to leave them where they are. It's just like they're doing me no harm.
I tend to prefer to just throw them the hell out. I'm not really want to harm them. I don't want to kill them.
No.
I'm not going to kill them, but I'd rather just throw. I know throwing them out for a house spider is not a good thing because they're not going to survive, but they might go into next door's house. I throw them over the fence into next door's driveway.
You're bad.
Well, hey, what's the worst that can happen?
Exactly.
There's nobody living there at the minute, so I just.
Oh, it's even better then. They get all the spiders.
Well, they are, but they've not been there for a year and a half. They went to visit relatives early 20. Let's say early 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody living there, but I think the brother goes in and out usually most days just to check up on it. But
yeah,
it was like, for those people that don't know, my neighbour said, "Hi, we're going to visit some family in India. We'll be back in about 3 weeks." 3 days later, the whole country went on lockdown.
Yeah.
At the start of the chocolate velociraptor. And then they didn't come back for a year. And then he turned up and he said, "I've just come back to do some stuff, but I've got to go back." I said, "All right." I said, "Yeah, because my wife had a baby." I'm like, "Oh, congratulations." He said, "Yeah, we're going to be stuck there for another year now."
Oh.
So they've been there ever since. They've not come back yet.
Just goes to show you how it's impacted people, mate, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think they would have come back, but they had another kid while they were there. So, oh well. The difficult thing is that he has his son is autistic, so and was going to special classes.
Yeah,
wasn't just in a regular school. So I assume they've been able to figure something out while they're over there. He's a lovely kid, but he was going through special ed. So
Dan Kramer says he's looked up Alice Roberts and now understands Fox.
Dr. Alice Roberts. Oh, she's a crush. She's my crush. She's my schoolboy crush, even though I'm not a schoolboy. My dad was the same with Kirsty Walk, but I'm Dr. Alice Roberts. She's lovely.
And of course, she's yours. No one else's. Only yours.
Yeah, she's mine. And she gets excited by things and all like schoolgirly excitement about dinosaurs and things and anthropological things because she's an anthropologist.
Now we know where you get it from.
Well, I've always liked dinosaurs. Everybody likes dinosaurs.
Oh, absolutely. How can you not like dinosaurs?
People that don't like dinosaurs just it's weird.
Yeah, something not right with them.
No, they need brain doctors. If you don't think dinosaurs are the best thing ever, then I don't know who you are. So what are you doing tonight then, Cole? We never actually did that, did we?
I am just randomly painting different things. I've not got really any agenda, to be honest with you. I'm just going through what needs a bit of basing and just basing stuff, really. Gonna have a go at my squig in a minute, put some layers down on that.
Squiggly beast.
But no, I'm just looking at me dudes, doing a bit of odd stuff, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I can't work on my tank, I've gone back to building my commandos because I only built 3 of them.
Oh, right.
You can see there. So I thought I'll get back on with them again.
Yeah.
Because I was in the middle of building these when I started the Vanquisher, so...
Well, that's the beauty of this stage of the paint job, isn't it? Because everything isn't going to be the finished result. It's just like, yeah, put that base down, and then I can go back and detail it up then. So
that's the advantage of having more than one thing available to fiddle with while you...
Yeah, I may be painting all the things because...
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
I may have
what are you doing on tonight? What are you doing on tonight, Stream Fox? Nothing, because if you had one kit, you'd be like, nothing. So I'm just going to sit here and just twiddle my thumbs while you talk about things.
That, and I'm squishing or cleaning out congealed paint in my Citadel pots.
Oh.
From the lids.
Oh, have you got your little dental tool to do it with?
Yeah, that's what I'm using, look.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
My spudger.
Oh.
Oh,
You know which one I got to like doing it with?
I got the tapered one.
No, I liked, if I can find, I don't know if it got it here, hang on. I might not have it here. Oh yeah, there we go. My personal favourite was that one.
Oh, you got the pick. Yeah.
The pick and then the twiddly pick on the other end. I've got loads of them, but that one for some reason was like, oh, it's dead nice.
Oh yeah. It makes
Dead
you
satisfying.
wonder how much of the actual pot of paint we waste where it goes round like this.
Oh, lots of it, and Games Workshop absolutely know that. That's why they're not going to change the pots anytime soon.
Well, no, because we buy more pots.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a sniffly nose. I had to explain once to my niece that she's now at university, but this is like 2005.
Yeah.
I had to explain to her once that she was the official spider catcher in the house.
Oh, really?
I said, I've got some bad news for you. What's that? Your face catches all the spiders in this house. She went, okay. So, Rhiannon, if you're watching, sorry. Ugh.
Load of scars out there.
God, like and subscribe.
Oh, no. It's like, really?
Well, I remember I'd never done it, but then somebody sent me a load of paints, a load of Citadel paints, and I apologise, I can't remember who it was. A load of like a lot of paints they sent me. And a couple of them, I cleaned them out, and I thought, I'll just do them all. So I cleaned all my pots. I spent like 3 hours one day cleaning all my pots of paint.
Yeah. Oh,
But while I was doing it, I was also updating my paint app. So I had a correct list of all the colours that I had. So I thought, I'll go through the paint app, I'll update that so it's correct, and I'll clean all the pots. It was just a great afternoon, that one.
Absolutely. Yeah,
And
my
in 5
paint
minutes.
app's up to date. It's always good because I've done that before where I bought a couple of pots and I was like, I've already got them. Really? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I did that thing where I updated the paint app that once, and then I haven't done it since. It's like, yeah, it'll already be out.
Yeah. I find as soon as I buy a bottle now, it's straight on the paint app.
Well, the thing I do is I put my paints on the paint app in my inventory, and then I just order the paints anywhere that I need them, and I go, oh crap, I've already got that one, because I don't bother checking the paint app.
Yeah.
I always forget. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. When I have an order to do, I have it on the wish list, and then as soon as the order is placed, I just move it from the wish list straight into inventory. Job done.
See, I would do that, but that requires organisational skills and actual organisation
Yeah.
and planning.
Yeah, it does. Does save a lot of time.
It was a miracle back in my youth when I used to do music that every time I was like building new sounds on a synthesizer, I'd actually write them down. Or if I was recording a piece of music, I'd write down all the different track mix settings and stuff.
Oh, right, yeah.
As I was doing it, so if I ever needed to redo it or recreate the sound. Like if I was creating a new sound, I'd write down all the program settings.
Yeah.
Even though you could save them, so it's just in case in the future I ever need to recreate it, but I didn't have the original.
Yeah, original files,
the files, like on a disc or whatever. And that was a miraculous thing. Ow, what's that? I've got like a, you know, like if you hold something against your finger and you get a little dimple for a little bit.
Yeah.
I've got that, but in the middle of it, it's like a hole and it hurts. But I've not. I've not stabbed myself. No, but it's not going anywhere. It's not going away like the little dimple. I don't know what it is. It's done it. It's not a stabity.
Could be an horn.
No, there's nothing on this. It's a backpack and a leg.
Yeah, you are a
How
man of a
weird.
certain age. It does take dimples a little while to go away.
Yeah,
You're
it's
old,
weird though. It's not a
you're old-
stabity.
You're old git.
I'm not even listening to all the words coming out of your mouth. You older than me, git.
La 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 la. he
You
can't
calling me
hear
old?
Absolutely am.
You. Ow, that's a stabity. Twat basket.
Karma's a wonderful thing.
Look, blued.
Oh, lamekins.
But that was a zip rather than a stab, so that's only a little scrape. That's your fault for trying to distract me, telling me I'm old.
Absolutely.
When you're twice as old as I am.
I accept full responsibility for my ageism.
See, look, you've created blued. Such violence. I did ask Cy Reynolds if he wanted to join us, but I haven't heard back from him, so he's probably asleep by
He's
now.
probably asleep.
He could be asleep, he could be doing Rudy's. I don't know.
Yeah, could be doing Rudy's.
He's not pooped for 2 days. He could be doing like massive poops.
Oh, yeah, Oh, mate, that's going to be Barney Rubble's car syndrome, innit? It's all...
Oh, no, he's stuck at the parents-in-laws again.
Yeah.
He says, I got roped into helping out with the mother-in-law with IKEA building tomorrow, but we came up tonight.
Yeah.
He's just actually replied, or he replied a little earlier.
Bless him.
So, yeah, he's stuck with the in-laws again.
Hey, Si, at least there's one thing. If you haven't been yet, it's not yours you're going to block. It's theirs. Good man.
Hey, I haven't gone to
I said if he hasn't gone yet, it's not his loo he's going to block. It's going to be
Oh,
his.
right, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good...
Because, yeah.
I don't know what it is, right, but when I was a younger lad,
Yeah.
for some reason, my universe decided that whenever I would block a toilet, it was always somebody else's toilet, never my own.
Yeah.
Never block my own toilet at home. It was always somebody else's. It was so embarrassing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, you're like, oh, look at me. Yeah.
I remember one of my friends, his parents were so white and middle class, it was painful. They were proper like sitcom middle class.
Yeah.
And it was like, so I blocked their toilet once back. So I was like, I said, gotta go, bye. Just ran out the house and never went back. I never went back.
Yeah.
I was mortified. They were so middle class.
For me, it's that awkward one where
Awkward.
it doesn't flush.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no, I can't go back down the stairs because, you know, so you're there and you're like, what have they got that I can help it on its way with? But
Or, you know, you flush it and the water goes up.
Yeah, and you're
and you're like,
looking around.
Oh, it's,
Yeah.
oh.
You know, I'm going to drown. I'm going to drown in their toilet water. Help me.
I had that a little while ago because I'd obviously eaten a lot of stuff, but I hadn't been keeping myself hydrated.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I hadn't pooped for like 2 or 3 days. You know, sometimes you go for a few days without pooping. It's just the way it is sometimes. But I hadn't, for whatever reason it was in the middle of summer and I hadn't kept myself hydrated.
Yeah.
So it was like a block of concrete.
Oh.
So aside from the logistical difficulties, it was 3 days worth in a block of concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't want to go around any bends.
No.
Or anywhere. It just wanted to sit there and the water level's getting higher and higher. I'm like, oh, Christ. Yeah. Thankfully, we got the loo brush out and resolved the issue violently. There's nothing worse.
Yeah, you sit there, you're cringing, ain't you? Like, oh, no.
Yeah.
So glad it's not just me that all of this happens to.
Oh, no. The thing is, you get older, you poop less often, but more voluminously.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of build it up. I don't know. So.
Yeah, I sit there sometimes. I'm like, why does this always happen to me?
Mm-hmm. When you're a kid, you're just constantly pooping. When you're an adult and at our age, you're just like once a month if you're lucky.
Oh yeah.
And it's like a bloody wombat. It's like a cube comes out. Because wombats do cubular poops.
Yeah, that's the ultimate. That is, isn't it?
I know cubular's not a word, but it works.
Cuboid.
Cubular. I think cubular should be a word.
It is now. It's in your dictionary.
I made it up and therefore it's a correct word.
Yeah, it is the only word that is correct.
Cubular.
And it's in the Foxford Dictionary. See what I did there?
I like that. It's like cubular and triangulatory.
Yeah.
See? They're all correct words.
There you go, see. You've got your own dictionary now, mate.
Mm-hmm. Tubulosity.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the chat. Where are we?
Yeah, we are bad.
We were talking about spiders. The thing that really gets you are the jumping ones.
Yeah.
I had one of those at work. It jumped at me and scared the crap out of me. Wait, hang on. This may be an American thing, because over here, jumping spiders are like that big. They're like the size of they're like tiny.
Yeah.
So a jumping spider in the UK would be like literally that big.
Yeah.
And they're quite cute because they're black and white and they go beep, 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 beep. And they wiggle. I like little black, they call them zebra spiders.
Yeah.
They kind of jubble about and they don't make webs, they just go. And when they run, they don't seem to move, they go from there to there, fast travel. They're really weird. I like them. I don't mind them. Little tiny spiders that don't move really fast, I don't mind. Oh, but I did see an article. Of a spider that's started to appear in the southeast of the US.
Yeah.
On the southeast coast, and they reckon it's going to work its way up on the whole east coast.
Oh wow.
And it's an orb weaver.
Yeah.
And it's called something like, I think it's a Jojo or Joe something.
Yeah.
Or Joro. It's a Joro spider. That's it. Just Google Joro, Joro. It's about a foot across.
Oh wow.
It's a beautiful spider, but it makes like orb webs 6 foot across in your garden.
Wow.
Yeah, and you get a lot of them. And they don't actually do any harm.
No, but when you get them, you get them like an infestation, you mean, yeah?
Yeah, and you know, like you get garden spiders over here in your garden, you're walking through webs all the time.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but the garden spider's like a foot across.
Yeah, I know
And
what I'd be doing.
Bright yellow!
Yeah.
I mean, like neon.
I'd be there going, yeah, I'm not going in the garden anymore.
Well, the thing is, the webs would be like steel wire. It'd be like, wow. So, yeah, anybody watching, just Google Joro spider. If you live on the east coast of America, good luck with that.
Yeah.
I think they come from Africa or somewhere, but they've just, or the Philippines or somewhere, but they've come on ships and now they like the climate because it's their kind of environment. The Bobbin says the reason spiders stop sprinting is because they can't breathe and run at the same time. It's the way their lungs are set up.
Oh,
also,
really?
they can't. If you get a house spider that runs a little bit and then stops, it's also because they can't do that for very long. They can only do little spurts. So when you think a spider's gone halfway across the living room floor and is stopped looking at you, it's not. It's just knackered. They can only run in little spurts. And it's because they breathe through little holes in their shell, in their outer shell. You did a little Trump then?
That would be an ecumenical matter.
Did you do a little poot then?
Might have done.
You did, didn't you? You did, didn't you? That was quite adorable.
That was a lady puff.
Dan says, nope, right the hell out of that. I'm fine with the life form in their own environment, but I choose not to share. Angus Allerton, hello everyone, just in time for Spider Tales. Yes.
Hello Angus, how you doing, buddy?
Donald Mackenzie says we have a big pit pony in the living room, and it is under my protection as he just sits there and eats flies, which I'm cool with. It's the little jumpy buggers I don't like. We have the little furry jumping spiders. They're quite small and cute, says Dorcosaurus. Yeah, the little black and white ones here in the UK, they're tiny, and if you put your finger there, they'll have a go at your finger. They'll be like, oh, really? Go on, have it. They won't attack it, but they'll be doing all like, like kind of going at you and going, come on then, bring it on, come on, have a go if you think you're hard enough. But they're like the size of a grain of sand.
Do you get the false widows up your neck of the woods?
Don't know. You get them in this country.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, we get them down here quite a bit.
We've started getting in the house. You get the house spiders.
Yeah.
And all we've ever had is house spiders, wolf spiders, the
Yeah.
typical domestic house spider. But we started getting like ones that are fatter and rounder and smaller.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if they're just baby house spiders or a different species, but we've started getting them lately, and they're like smaller and fatter.
Yeah.
Seems to be the ones we were throwing out most of last year, and less of the big lollopy. I'm looking at all the corners in the ceiling.
Yeah, it's like an evolution, isn't it? Where the traditional house spider seems to be dying off.
Well, I think I'll tell you what. Though I'll tell you what, they're not dying off. I don't think, but I'll tell you what, they are evolving.
Yeah.
They're evolving the ability to climb up bloody glass.
Oh right, yeah.
Because when I was a lad, you catch a spider in a glass and it'd be like that on the bottom, and you wouldn't need a bit of card over the top. Nowadays, you catch a spider in a glass, you better keep that card on that glass.
Yeah, it will get out.
I got one the other day, and it was like the most energetic little bug, and it was like up and down the glass. I'm like, jeez, just calm it, lad.
Yeah.
I had to let it settle down before I could take the card off and throw it out onto next door's driveway.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I almost got to pet tarantula, says the Bobbins, but I was vetoed. I also looked into giant centipedes.
Oh, nice.
I have handled a giant tarantula. It was an orange-kneed tarantula. It was metallic shiny silver all over.
Yeah.
Believe it not, it was actually shiny metallic silver with orange knees.
Oh,
and it
wow.
was beautiful, and it was so beautiful. It was like the size of my hand, and it was gorgeous, and it was so gentle on my hand. It was
That's the
moving
thing,
about a
they
bit.
are. I mean, we did it at one of the petting zoos. We did tarantula and boa constrictor.
Yeah,
And yeah, it was.
snakes are cool. I like snakes.
Yeah, it was really.
But I was amazed.
Really
But I was
good.
like, wow, it was good. I think they deliberately made sure it was a beautiful one that was all shiny metallic silver and not just like a brown thing.
Yeah.
Because you were fascinated by this like shiny metal. I mean, it was like, wow, she's gorgeous, and it was like the gentlest touch on your hand. Luckily, it wasn't one that had the nictating hairs, because the next thing would have been a face full of nictating hairs and,
Yeah.
and like rashes for months. But hey, I finally cleaned my workbench, says Rabbit. It's functionally usable and tidy enough for company.
Oh, nice.
Can I send you my company 8-legged version? More than welcome. The rest of the room is a crime scene, though. Hee.
Oh, nice.
Edward Leonard says he's lived in Hawaii for 3 months and they have some nasty poisonous centipedes. Paul Di Tommaso is in. Hey, Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Got a new motor. Edward Leonard says g'day to Angus. Blood for the Blood God, yay, says Rabbit. Stabbity 1, Fox 0. Yeah, that's Colin's fault. La 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 la. Retro Rabbit says, my friends and I usually rent a cottage for a weekend in the summer, and for some reason, likely handy plus engineer, everyone quietly calls on me to fix the toilet for them. Talking about blocking toilets. Yeah. The Bobbin says, cubularity. Edward Leonard says, first date, then block the toilet, and then use embroidered towels that their grandma made to clean up the overflow. That sounds like something from experience there, Edward.
Absolutely.
The spider that jumped me, says Dan Kramer, was bigger than that. It wasn't huge by any means, but it was big enough that I could count its eyes looking at me. Then it jumped and made my heart stop. No. I mean, even when this thing went across my desk, I was like, wah, 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 wah. I don't really poop myself, but I do kind of go, stop. Little shithouse, stop. And then I get angry if they go into a place where I can't get them. I'm like, oh, you little... Oh!
I can just imagine you.
Yeah. I'd be like, oh, I'm get a bit. I kind of go, hiya. If it's right on my desk or something. Sometimes, for some reason, I always seem to see them. There's a little bit of like wall just above the bathroom door that they seem to like hanging out on. And luckily, for some reason, whenever we find one that's the size of a small puppy, it's always like somewhere really easy to catch, like the hallway wall. And you kind of walk along and go, hiya, wah, wah, wah. Let me get the bucket.
I think Si's picking on us.
Is he? Why? What? Is he in the chat?
Yeah, I think he's
Oh,
asking
what's he said?
how well we've been reading the chat.
Well, very well, thank you.
I think we've been doing all right. Well, you've been doing all right. I've been useless.
Yeah, you've been rubbish. I did find one in the kitchen about a week ago, though, that was a bit of a good victory because it was one of the not climbing up glass ones.
Oh, right,
And it'd make the terrible mistake of actually dropping into a glass, like Pyrex glass bowl that was about that high.
Yeah.
So it was just in this bowl and it couldn't get out. So I'm like, well, that's easy. So I just took it outside, turned it upside down, and it wouldn't come out. Because it was kind of building a nest for its eggs.
Oh.
And it was stuck, and I was like, considering you can't climb up glass, how are you not falling out? So I had to get a bit of card and kind of brush it out. And it was massive. But I was like, I don't want you to fall out on my hand, because then I'll just drop all the glass and I'll probably do a pooping.
You was brave, though. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So hang on, you can't climb up the glass, but also you stuck to it. And then I thought, oh, eggs. Oh. I got rid of it, though. Wayne Models is in and says, Knackered Spider was the name of my band in high school.
Hello, Wayne. How you doing, mate? Like the badge?
Rabbit says, I usually leave the house spiders alone unless they're very interested in me. In that case, they get gently relocated. Joel Grit is in. Hello, Colin and Fox and all in chat.
Hello, Joel. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Joel. Yeah, I don't hurt spiders. I just throw them. Oh. I don't deliberately hurt spiders. There have been times when I've tried to catch one and accidentally, taken a leg off or something. I hate that. Or you try and catch it and it accidentally gets squished. I always feel really bad.
Yeah, we don't set out doing things.
No.
It's one of those. I always have that philosophy of, they got as much right to be here as I am.
Except not in my house, because then they've got no right to be here. Wayne says, hello everyone, just standing busy cooking right now. We need to know what. You can't just say you're cooking, we need to know what.
Yeah, what you're cooking, Wayne. Tell us. Wayne, Wayne, what you cooking, mate?
Lynn is in.
Hello, darling. Hello, Lynn.
And has crossed Dorkosaurus with a metal toy truck and he's now called Donker.
Donkosaurus.
Donker.
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
Lynn Dipple says, one time I had a small teeny weeny spider in my bathroom. What, one time? Edward Leonard had a red-legged tarantula.
Oh, nice.
Rabbit says, silverfish get the squish in my house. Never had a silverfish. I think we might have had one, some of them once when I was a kid, like you get some old musty book and you open it up and there's silverfish in there. Lynn says, I held and caught a tarantula. They are fun.
Oh.
Yeah, unless it's the one that's got the nictating hairs, in which case they're not fun. You don't want to piss them off. Si Reynolds is in chat, like you said. Hey, Si.
Hello, Si.
Of course, he does a little Pyrrhic victory because he says, how white they have been reading chat. And then he says, corrects himself, shite, damn autocorrect.
Si Reynolds is putting a £10 super chat. Thank you very much, Si. He says, whatever Fox says, Si is correct, as is Carl, while Fox is categorically wrong, especially about pot noodles. I totally concur, Si. Enjoy your upcoming air guitar, buddy.
Hey, and if you do that if you do a super chat like that on my chat on Sunday, you can say exactly the same thing if you want. You can criticise me all you like.
Are you getting the hump again because I'm getting super
chats?
No.
No, I'm just saying. I agree with anything he says if he's paying me. Yeah, Si, you need to learn to read your comment before you press post.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm moving towards the camera to say that, because the camera's not the microphone.
Now that he's been spelling police, you can deduct that from the super chat.
No.
Fox is like,
I'm not
no.
I'm not being spelling police. He openly admits he constantly gets trapped by autocorrect. Missed my Squigoth comment completely, says Edward.
Oh,
we've been that bad.
Have we really? Go on in, Edward. What's going on with Squigoth, buddy?
I'll have a look, see if I can find it, but I suspect we've got too much chat about spiders. Oh, got the replacement Squigoth body today. His arse looks like new, he says. Nothing better than a Squigoth with the new arse. But the beauty of it is now you've kind of got two of them. Because you could kind of scratch build the howdah, and you could. Well, you haven't got a head for it though, I suppose. You could do something with the other one, with the body with that head.
Yeah.
I was surprised by how lightweight the tarantula was, like holding a small piece of fiberglass insulation foam. Yeah, that's true. Or aerogel. Delicate, very delicate. I did have a house spider on my hand once because I went to grab an onion from the onion box.
Yeah.
And there was obviously a house spider was in the thing full of onions, and I put my hand in and grabbed an onion. This house spider went up my arm, and I had a brief moment of complete calm.
Oh, right, and then went...
Before I did the schoolgirl flail, I had my hand and I was like, oh, look, there appears to be a house spider just gently walking up my arm. I was not expecting this to be a state of affairs to which I would have to account myself.
Yeah.
However, I shall react accordingly in 5. But in that brief moment, it was a very delicate feeling, and then I flailed like a Kermit, and I basically burnt the house down with a flamethrower.
Yeah, I can tolerate things like tarantulas, but there's one I don't like, and that's the scorpions. I'm not a fan of them things.
Well, yeah, they actually can kill you, so
yeah,
they can do the nastiness. I've got a scorpion.
Yeah.
It's in a picture frame. It's downstairs on the wall. But it's an actual real scorpion. I got given it one year as a birthday present, and we're all sat in the pub. This was going back about 20 years. Yeah. We're all sat in the pub, and people are giving me them. My mates are giving me my birthday presents. And I got one, and my friend Martin said, there you go, here's a present. I said, you won't be able to guess what it is. I said, well, give me a clue. And he said something. And I was like, is it a scorpion? And he went, how the hell did you know? And I said, I don't know. I just suddenly thought it was a scorpion. And I opened it, and it was a scorpion in a picture frame. I'm like, I don't know how I guessed that. He said, God damn it, of all the things you could guess.
Yeah.
Lindipple prefers Donker to Dorker.
There you go. He's going to change his handle now then.
Si Reynolds says, technically I paid Colin for skulls because I knew he would not willingly accept payment.
Oh, bless you.
Eh?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's what the 10. Oh, that's the super chat was for. Okay. Yeah, and he has actually made me a little bit of money today, Si, because he bought some stuff from Goblin on my code, so. Fair play to you, little fella. He's only little, but we love him.
Absolutely.
Edward Lennis says, I have 2 3D resin printers, Fox. I'll definitely do something with it. In that case, yeah, absolutely. Get yourself a head printed off for that. You've got yourself a second squiggle there, mate.
Yeah.
Make your own. Yeah, you make your own howdah out of plastic cards and stuff. No problem. Scorpions are just jerks, says Dan. Rabbit says the kangaroo mouse is the most badass scorpion killer. Candygram says, big hugs right back, favourite nephew, to Simon. And Edward says, lol, Jeff, I didn't know you were Simon's uncle. Bobbin says, I have no problem with scorpions. The ones with the big claws are okay. It's the ones with big fat tails you need to be careful of. Well, that's all of them, isn't it? They all have the big pointy stab tail.
Absolutely.
With the poisoning and the swelling and the potential killing. Anything that contains venom that it can apply to my interior is not welcome in my house. I'm going to make something now. You were having a swig, weren't you? I can tell.
Trying
that
to.
Sounded like,
yeah.
That sounded like a good swig, that.
I am, mate.
Have yourself a good swig, lad. I've got my alarm going, I think. I said that on Sunday and I didn't, did I?
Pardon me.
Ew! You got 38 minutes.
Happy days. Yeah. Are these for ordinary 25 and 32 mil bases side, these skulls, mate? If you can let us know in the chat.
I think it'll be standard Games Workshop scale skulls, I think.
Yeah.
Where's me? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'll sort that out for you, mate.
Because you can. Did you have the box of skulls? Did you buy a box of skulls?
I've got a box of skulls, but I've also got STL files for skulls as well.
Yeah, I've got a box of skulls. I also have a 3D printer.
Yeah. So yeah, I can do. I bought a box of 100 skulls off of Amazon.
Yeah.
I think I'll put the link in. I think it was about 14 quid. It was. And then I thought, why did I buy them? I've got bloody 3D printer there. I'm sure I got an STL file full of them.
Yes.
And what did I have? I had an STL file full of them.
Yay. I ordered some. I got some barbed wire. Some more barbed wire.
Oh, nice.
Wasn't that exciting? So I've now got like 3 different lots. It wasn't the one I wanted. 35639. I wanted 35638, but 35638 was exactly what I wanted, but nobody had it.
Oh, right.
So I had, which is the proper like strand with 2 sticky out bits and strand with 2 sticky. Yeah, this is kind of a bit smaller. And what I'll do is I've now got so much barbed wire, I'll never use any of it.
Yeah, the ones I've got are in the chat group.
Mm-hmm. Weep. Yeep.
And there you got the mating call of the walrus.
Either that or somebody keeps honking your horn button.
He said horn.
That's one thing in Cyberpunk 27 that's really rubbish. They've gone to all the trouble of designing all these cool, like, cars that are 50 years in the future cars, and they're all really cool, except they've all got rubbish horns that go... It's like, no, that's not how car horns work. Car horns are supposed to say people to get out of the way.
Retro Rabbit says, Festa, have you ever had the FEP tear? Mine had a pinhole in it and leaked resin in between the glass and the tank, made a big mess. It was tough to scrape the cured resin off. Yes, I have, mate. I make a point now where once a month I drop the resin out of the vat and just check me FEP film, but it is a consumable at the end of the day, mate. But yeah, it will leak glass in there. What I would recommend you do, if you haven't done it already, what printer have you got? But around the LCD, where you got the slight gap between it and the printer casing, get yourself a real Capton tape, Kapton tape, and go around the edge of the screen with it, and it basically seals that little gap. So if you do get any resin link, it won't go in between the LCD screen and into the internals of the printer.
Is that like a waterproof plumber sealant tape type stuff?
Yeah, it's what they use in the electronics.
Ooh. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Kapton tape.
Yeah, and yeah, it will save you a world of pain, mate.
Yep.
But yeah, I've had it happen to me, mate. It's just one of them things. Normally a FEP film for me, I do quite a bit of printing. 8 weeks maximum, and then I'm draining the vat out. I take the vat out and I have a look at the FEP just to see whether it's beginning to go smoky.
What's FEP?
It's basically the transparent film between the LCD screen. Basically, you've got, say, that's the print tank, yeah?
Yeah.
You fill it up with resin. Well, between that and the LCD screen under it, it's a transparent film stretched over it like a drum skin from underneath.
Oh, yeah.
And that lets the image from the LCD screen be projected into the liquid resin, and it cures it. But over time, that FEP film becomes a bit foggy, a bit smoky, a bit, and starts getting a bit scratched and a bit aged, and then eventually it will develop tiny little pinholes and start leaking, and that's when you want to change it out. Otherwise,
now,
you get a
see,
sticky
clearly
mess.
I've got no understanding of how a resin printer works here, because are you telling me that basically the way it cures the resin is to project an image?
Yes.
Up into the resin?
Yeah.
Is that just a binary black and white, light and dark image?
It's basically a black screen, 7-inch black screen, and it shows a light blue or ultraviolet shape. And that light,
shape changes.
Yeah, that shape in the UV light cures the resin because it's UV photo curing resin. So it takes a photograph basically, and each layer is a microscopic photograph between the build plate and the liquid, and it builds up.
Ah, so it's like an animation of just taking it. It's like a CAT scan of the object you're printing, but like
that's it.
Because I didn't know how they work. I'm thinking, why is there an LCD screen?
Yeah.
It's sort of like funky wallpaper. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
When you look at the simplicity of the technology, it's amazing it hasn't been thought of earlier. But yeah,
it's just a changing. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's a similar principle to how they etch circuit boards, but in 3 dimensions.
The build plate basically compresses the resin between it and the FEP film. The image is taken, and then it lifts up that new piece that's stuck to the build plate. It prints upside down, basically.
Yeah. Lifts up a little bit, prints the next layer, lifts up a little bit.
So
and it's just whichever
that
bit's exposed to
would be stuck to the build plate, like so, yeah? And basically it would take a layer image, and then it gets compressed, and it lifts it up, the resin pours underneath, then it compresses it down, takes another picture, lifts it up, and just keeps doing that. But of course, as it's doing that and getting suctioned on the resin, it starts to wear the film.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And it toughens up, and it starts to look like a callus on the end of your finger. And it's just a matter of keeping an eye on your FEP film. But as a rule, I can pretty much judge when mine needs changing, because I do a lot of printing.
But that's how you get the high resolution prints then, because it's the resolution of the LCD screen that's the limiting factor, which is tiny. Anyway,
now they're 4K screens, so
wow.
Yeah.
Candygram says, brilliant. I have a roll of Captain tape, horribly expensive stuff, but amazing. I'll take my resin printer up tomorrow.
I'll take a picture for you, Jeff, if you want, but literally tape it around the screen like a picture frame.
Rabbit says he's got an original Elegoo Mars and he does have Captain tape. He'll seal it up ASAP.
Yeah.
Edward says, my dad used to tap his shoes on the ground. When I got older, I asked why he did that, and he told me it was to knock scorpions out of his shoes in case there was anything in his shoes.
Yeah, good shout.
I've always been in the habit of, because I have boots and stuff downstairs.
And he's gone. He'll be back in a sec because he'll realise he can't hear my fish tank, folks. But yeah, the Captain tape is a lifesaver. Yeah, carry on, mate.
I've always been in the habit of just turning my shoes, because I always wear boots or shoes or something, or sneaker boots, whatever, high tops. I always turn them upside down to get spiders out and stuff.
Yeah.
Because occasionally, there's been a time when I've done that and felt like a beetle. Why is there a beetle? What? Oh.
Yeah.
So I went downstairs about a month ago, And downstairs in the front room, we had like there's a little plastic crate when lockdown first happened. We got a load of like sauces and pasta and stuff. We ran out of storage space. There was a little plastic crate in the front room with like tins of pasta sauce and stuff like that, and packets of things, and a few packets of spaghetti. And I came downstairs and I tipped out my boot, and all this spaghetti fell out.
Oh right, yeah.
Like dried spaghetti sticks. I'm like, what? Why is the spaghetti in my boot? What? So I went over to like 5 feet away where there was the plastic crate and there was a bag of spaghetti with a hole in it. Yeah. And I'm like, that's weird. So either I didn't know the bag of spaghetti had a hole in it, and for some reason when I came back from the shops, if I bought it at some point, I've had the spaghetti bag near my upturned boot and it's gone in and fallen out. Or we've got a weird ass mouse that opened up the bag of spaghetti, took some spaghetti out and stuck it in my boot. I think it's... So either way, I have no idea how the spaghetti got in my boot. It's an enigma to this day.
Dan Kramer says he heats his resin up before he prints. Yeah, that's what I'm building there, mate. This is going to have a heat controller in it that I can program temperature, and then there's going to be basically a heater with a fan on the front of it that will then vent warm air into the chamber of the resin printer, and that will magnetise.
An adoring fan?
Yeah.
An adoring fan.
Absolutely.
Dan also says... He doesn't say that. He says, right now I've got the default settings. I don't know enough about the tech yet to know what I'm messing with.
Yeah.
I have a UV printed circuit board machine. It's not once ever correctly exposed the board, lol, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
La, 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 la. I would put somewhere at room temperature for a while and try again, says Edward to Dan. It was a mouse, had one moved dry pasta around my kitchen in the old house. Well, this is what I thought, because I remember once I came down, I was sat up here and I could hear little crinkling noises from the kitchen. I went downstairs and there was we've got like a set of cupboards and there was like a little shelf sticking out on the end and there was a bag of pasta.
Yeah.
And the mouse had got up onto that and was inside the bag of pasta eating the pasta. I'm like, you're taking the piss now a little bit. So we caught it and threw it out. So I thought, well, maybe it's a little mouse and it's got into the bag. But then the thing is, there were 3 bags of spaghetti and it had only got into one of them. Mm-hmm. And it was a tiny little hole. And there wasn't spaghetti all over the place. There was no evidence of spaghetti anywhere. So somehow it managed to break off little bits of spaghetti. If you've ever tried breaking spaghetti, it's not a neat process. There were little bits of spaghetti it managed to break off and then transport them without any mess to my boot halfway across the room. There was quite a bit of spaghetti in there.
Yeah.
But it hadn't touched any of the other bags of pasta. So I'm like, I don't think it's a mouse. Because there was like big bags of tagliatelle stuff it could have munched on. So I don't know how it got in there, but I don't think it was a mouse. There was no other evidence of such things. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Lindipple says, we do that too about turning the boots upside down for scorpions. I still do that when I go camping or if I haven't worn the shoes for some time.
Yeah, it's force of habit, Lynn, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when you live in New Mexico, you live like in the northwest of England, I don't have to worry about scorpions. We do have scorpions in this country, you know.
Oh, right.
There's a tiny little population that lives on... Down south somewhere, there's a little population of scorpions that got into the UK on some shipping container or something.
Yeah.
And if I remember rightly, they live on one specific concrete building somewhere on the south coast.
Yeah, yeah.
And they can't, for whatever reason, they've completely adapted to this one specific building. Concrete. Yeah. They can't live anywhere else. If you put them somewhere else, they just die because they're not adapted to it. They're just perfectly adapted to this one specific concrete building. Mm-hmm. And it's the one place in the UK that we have scorpions, in this one building, apparently.
Usually saying if the room doesn't have a consistent temperature near the printer, warmed resin means 0. That's why I'm building that, Marcy. It'll sit right next to my resin vat inside the printer, and it just has a PTC heater at the top there and a temperature controller, and it'll warm it up. That's why I do these things.
Yeah. The Bobbin says, I found the mouse just sat in a bag of pasta staring at me. That's what I had. I'll never forget when I was sat up in my bedroom, upstairs, playing a video game, and there was a mouse on top of my TV.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, why are you upstairs? And also, how cheeky are you to sit on the top of my TV looking at me while I'm playing a video game? Cheeky little bugger. It got caught and removed from the house.
It was mocking you, wasn't it?
But it's like, how did you... It must have taken you days to climb up every stair to get all the way upstairs. Little thing. It was tiny. It was adorable.
Oh.
I've got a photo. It was like that big.
Yeah.
And I found one in the kitchen once. We've got like you open this cupboard door, 2 doors like that, and there's a carousel, spinny around carousel thing.
Yeah.
We don't use it. We've got like loads of old cups and glasses and things on it. But I went in there to get something once, and I opened it up and spun it round, and there was a mouse sat there, and I'm like, okay then, I'll just keep turning that round and off you go. And just close the door. It just sat there, was like, oh, hello, hello, what do I do now? And I just kind of carried on turning it round and just left it to its own devices. Paul Di Tommaso says, during a trade show for 3D printing, a 3D printing nerd was with this guy showcasing a new resin printer. It prints like an FDM printer, but it oozes out resin gel and cures it as it moves around each layer. That's
an interesting combination, yeah.
Dan Kramer says, that's an interesting combination.
Oh my God.
Well, he says that's an interesting combo design.
Yeah. I like that idea.
Yeah. Rabbit's like, my mouse was like, do you mind? When I was on the little spinning round carousel. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, no worries, mate. What else is there? Yeah. But yeah, heating the resin is a thing. I mean, I found that during the winter. So I've been building that little heater box. And I want it so that it just magnetises to the top of the printer on a little piece of steel. And it will sit in there quite happily. And then as the temperature drops, it'll automatically kick the fan in and warm itself back up.
Back again.
So it's going to work for me. I'm happy with it. Does what it says on the tin, or it will do. Are you back? Mum okay, is she, mate?
I was just seeing if she was still up. She's still up downstairs. I think she might be going to bed soon.
Oh, bless her.
The Bobbin says, I put the mouse outside, but it just got back inside, so I had to get a mouse trap. It was a sad day. Here's how you do it. Let me just do that. If you get a mouse,
and
you don't want to kill it because a normal person doesn't want to kill things, get yourself the humane trap, which is the one where it goes in and can't get out again.
That's right. Yeah.
They love peanut butter.
Oh, right.
And they love chocolate Nutella type stuff.
Yeah.
So I used to put a blob of peanut butter and a blob of Nutella in the end, and then it go in, it can't get back out. Yeah. Get yourself one of those humane traps where it catches it. But the trick is, you have to take it at least a mile away if you don't want it to come back.
Yeah, because it'll find its way back, won't it?
Yeah, because you have to remember, that mouse sees your house as warm, dry, and a source of food. And it may have family. I hate to say it, but it may have family there. So if you just take it and put it in the back garden, it'll just come straight back in. Because it's, it knows where it is. So you have to take them at least a mile away, so that when you release them, they're not going to come back, because they won't know where they are and they won't be able to find their way back. They'll just go for the next source of food. So yes, so you just the best thing to do is, if you don't want to have to kill them, because I don't want to kill anything, use the humane traps, but you have to then make the effort of taking them a mile. The downside is, if you catch it in a humane trap but it's overnight, it spends all night in the trap and they can die from stress.
Yeah.
So in an ideal world, what you're supposed to do is put the traps out during the day if you're at home, so that when you hear the trap go, you can then take it straight off and take it away.
Do what you need to do, yeah.
Yeah, just take it, drive it up to a local field or something. But most people do them overnight because that's when the mice come out. But then you often find you come back and you'll find by the time you get to release it, it's so stressed by being in this trap all night, it'll either be dead or it'll die shortly afterwards anyway, which is always a shame. Because I felt really bad about us. So I already had a few of them, so we just used to catch them and take them to the fields, which is about 1.5 miles away. I used to put them at the end of the garden, but they come back. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. They know that it's a rich source of food and nourishment, isn't it?
Yeah, from the end of your garden to the house is not a long journey for a mouse. They'll know exactly where you are. Oh, look, there's the house. Because don't forget they came from outside originally, so they'll have scent trails. So yeah, but we stopped. We just kind of stopped having anything not in a cupboard. Then that's like a bag of pasta and stuff. Because I never thought they'd actually break into the bag of pasta and sit inside it eating the pasta.
Oh yeah.
So I knew obviously having food out anywhere. So
Oh yeah, they are cunning, mate.
Yeah. So we had to make sure that whenever there was food around, it was either on a surface the mouse couldn't get to, or it was just not. It was in a cupboard behind a door and it can't get to that. So. Yes. Bobbin says I don't drive, so I couldn't take it anywhere. I mean, you could. I suppose if it's the night time, you could walk a few streets away and release it, but you'd look a bit weird, I suppose. But hey,
you find that person that you don't like in the neighbourhood, and you release it in their garden.
Yeah, I never forget. Oh, the first time I caught one, I dropped it at the end of our garden.
Yeah.
And the end of our garden's all wild, and there's a fence at the back, so I took it to the end of the garden, went right up to the bit where we don't normally, because it's all wild in bushes and stuff, so I worked through the bushes, opened the trap, it legged it out, and there's like the fence, there's like a gap in the fence, so it legged it down into the gap in the fence, into the garden behind ours.
Yeah.
And within 2 seconds, I heard the sound of a cat leaping off the shed roof in the garden behind ours.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's just got caught by a cat.
Yeah.
Because, of course, I released it, and it's suddenly this thing that's legging it across the garden. Cat dives. I was like, oh, I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, that didn't end well.
Yeah, but it's nature at the end of the day, isn't it? That's how you got to look at it.
Yeah, I know. But I was like, oh, I didn't intend for it to get caught by a cat. Oh, sod's law. So yeah, it might be just if you have to just walk it a few roads away. It's whether you want to be seen walking with a mouse trap or do you want a mouse. The other thing, of course, is just remove any options for food for it, and they'll eventually go away anyway. But even if it's just somewhere warm and dry, they might still stay there and find food elsewhere. So we've got like a hole in the wall. I think they get in there, but there's nothing you can do about that. I also learned that mice like custard cream biscuits, says Bobbins. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Get a huge terrarium tank and now you've got a mousy pet to share custard cream biscuits with, says Rabbit. Yeah, it wouldn't be long before you had a tank full of them, though.
Yeah, a bit like my snails.
Yeah, or get a terrarium tank and put the mice in there and then have a tank with a snake. You've got a food source for your snake. Yeah. Bobbin says, of course, now I have 2 snakes. They know what to do if a mouse appears. 36 is my neck. I've glued 3 things together. Look at me, I'm a big boy now.
Yeah, my cousin used to have a piranha, and it used to always sort of be semi-disturbing when you used to just see like the goldfish going in type thing, It's like, oh. But it's nature at the end of the day, isn't it? It's just how it is. But
yeah,
I couldn't do it myself. It's like, yeah.
Well, no, you could give them not live food.
Yeah,
you could give them meat of some sort. He's probably just doing it. If he's giving them goldfish, he's doing it just for the thrills. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You didn't have to give them live food. They'll eat anything.
Yeah, it's like, oh, poor little fishy. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Suffice to say, the piranha didn't last long anyway. So
no. Back in a moment, chaps. I think Fox is going to bed.
No worries, mate. I'll just clean me brush. A bit of chat. Mew says, I wouldn't want my pets eating wild food. Too risky. Yeah, absolutely. So your macaw, Mews, what, does that eat live food? Does that, has it got a particular diet, or is it not a meat eater? I don't know. I have no idea what the dietary needs are. Let's put that on there for a minute. Him on there, him on there, him in there. Just to give me an idea of where I've got to. We've got a couple of dudes for the sides. That. There or thereabouts, so that can sit at the back for a bit. Let that all dry off. Probably dry already, but we'll do a bit on the squig in a minute. Edward Lenner says, yeah, true. True Muse, parasites. Yeah. Absolutely. Retro Rabbit's got a wild bunny in the backyard, and I love seeing fresh bun tracks in the snow around the house. Oh, absolutely. Bobbins has got his 2 snakes. Have we done belly and bench, folks? What's in the belly, what's on the bench? Let us know. What's in the belly and what's on the bench, folks? What have we got? We've got a bit of that going on there, so I think I might put that on those. Let's cover that up. Dum dum dum, and get a bit of tissue there. And see what we can do with this bad boy. Try not to get that in there. Just want to start stippling this on underneath its legs, tummy. Start building that up. Just to give it a little bit of a covering. Retro Rabbit. Belly a Big Mac from lunch. Bench is clean. A 3D printed Imperial Knight. Oh, nice. Muse is currently on her lunch break. Mac and cheese, and her bench is at home. Oh, nice. Of course, yeah, you're at work, Muse, ain't you? Bless you. Yeah. Candygram for Mongo says, a friend of mine bought a small 3D printer that builds with clay. He has a little kiln to fire what he prints into ceramic. Oh, wow. Because someone was doing stuff with, is it carbon fibre filament the other day on the tubes, and I found that interesting. Hello, mate. Mum, all right?
Back for a minute, just back for a minute while she gets herself ready for go to bed.
Oh,
so I'll bugger her off again in a minute, briefly.
No, that's all right.
She was trying to turn that light off again.
No.
But there's a big massive box of toilet rolls on the sofa in the way, so I was like, every time I say, don't turn anything off, just come up to bed, tell me you're coming, I'll go and do the lights. No, she's turning things off.
You caught her again.
She's trying to go up the stairs with a cup and her iPad. I'm like, no, you need your hands on the rails. She's a terror.
Just when you think it's safe to leave her alone, she goes and does something like that.
Yes.
She's a legend.
She's a terror. Retro Rabbit says, I've got a wild bunny in my backyard and I love seeing fresh bun tracks in the snow around the house.
Oh, no.
Cool.
Oh.
We've got a fox. I saw the fox in the garden there, sat there once, being attacked by all the magpies. Being hassled. It just sat there like, oh. All the magpies like jumping around, shouting at it. It's just sitting there going, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to chill out. Guys, come on.
Adeptus Latrina's in. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Hello. Dude, for some reason, in the last couple of years, I've developed a real love for... We've always had them, but I've never noticed them. But for some reason, I've become really attached to the magpies that hang around in our garden.
Oh, right.
That live in, that fly around the garden, say, like a little family of magpies. I've become really attached to them.
Oh.
To the point where it's funny, like sometimes they'll sit on the roof just above my bedroom window, so I'll wake up in the morning. And I love the little noises they make. They do that kind of shouting, which nobody likes. But I've learnt now, when they're doing that a lot, it means there's a cat on the prowl, because it's an alarm call.
It's like a warning sign, is it? Like a
warning
and
call. It's quite good, because sometimes I'll go out and the cat will go away, and then I think they've got, in the summer they do it a lot. It got to the point where I could hear them doing it, and I'd be like, I'd go out and try and scare the cat off. And I think they started doing it. They started doing it to let me know, so I could go out and scare the cat off.
Oh.
But sometimes they sit there and they make these little noises.
Yeah.
And it's like they sit there going. It's like little weird squiggly noises. I'm
Yeah.
like, what is that?
Oh.
And sometimes they even sit on my bedroom windowsill, so you can hear them fluffing around against the glass. But they're making these little, like just muttering to themselves,
Yeah.
and it's kind of quite adorable, really.
Oh.
Like it's like somebody tuning a radio. It's quite adorable, little squiggly noises. I do like them though.
It's different, isn't it?
Yeah. Panzer Cat is in, says good morning all, and before Fox asks and then immediately forgets, Hunter's chicken with paprika potatoes with a Joe nut for afters. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
I got a box of Jaffa cakes,
Oh, look at you.
and then the next day when I went to have some, I didn't have a box of Jaffa cakes.
Oh, did they get found by Mama Fox, did they?
She's a right cowbag. She's gone. I'm like, wow, thanks for letting me eat none of those.
Yeah.
It was nice of you.
Yeah. Did she give it the I didn't want them to go off bit?
Oh, she went, oh, did I? Oh. Glenda says, belly, Taylor ham and cheese sandwich, bench cleaning up resin because my brain stopped working, lol. Adeptus says, trying to get my affairs in order and secure a transfer back to Pennsylvania.
Oh, right. Yeah, because you're in Nevada at the moment, aren't you?
Pennsylvania! Yeah. Happily saying hello to everybody. Adeptus says, belly is still the Korean barbecue from lunch. I ate too much, and bench is an Eversaw assassin. Ooh.
Oh, nice.
I never did see the assassin at Warhammer World.
That must mean then a return trip is in order.
Yeah. I often try to remember if that display has stairs going around it or a ramp.
Yeah.
You know, for you going up, because you wouldn't be able to go up and down the stairs. But it's like 3 floors
Yeah.
to see the full thing. And I can't remember for the life of me if it's got a ramp, because it'd be a shame if it was just stairs.
I'm sure there'll be a way.
Yeah. Might be a
You know
shallow
me,
ramp,
mate.
can't
I have
remember.
a inner determination, mate. I'll get up them.
Are you painting squig bits?
I am.
They don't like it up them then, do they?
No, this one hasn't got a bullet hole either.
No, but it's got a bulge.
No, it ain't. It's got no...
Has it not?
No, it's got nothing.
It's not like a squigoth. Maybe it's just because it's not a squigoth. It's not.
Could be a lady.
Ah, that's true. Could be a girly squig.
Could be a girly squig.
Squiglet.
Yeah.
Squiglet. Adeptus says, Warhammer World, can I come with?
Yeah.
Muse is apparently off. Says, later all.
See you later, Muse. Thanks for popping
Take
in,
care,
darling.
Muse. Rabbit says, spent $23 on Choco bars at the dollar store. Full-size bars, 4-pack for $2.50. Twix, Snickers, Coffee Crisp and Caramilk.
Oh,
What's
nice.
a Caramilk? What's a Caramilk?
Caramilk is a chocolate bar, a bit like a Milky Way, but made of Cadbury's caramel.
Ooh, never heard of that. I was thinking, is that like a caramel bar or is it like a something else? I'm not quite sure. Right, let me go and sort the mother out. Back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries, mate. See you in a minute. Edward Leonard says, I lived in PA for years, Pennsylvania. Where you going? Candygram says, yeah, good investment. It's a retro rabbit. Absolutely. Sure, I missed one from Edward. Let's have a scroll up. Where was it? I'm sure I saw one. Belly, Taylor ham and cheese sandwich, cleaning up resin because my brain stopped working. He also had a panther chameleon for 5 years before I gave it away. He was just as much a pain to keep as the jellyfish. For some reason, I'm a glutton for punishment, but no more. I'm done with that stuff. Yeah, it can become all-encompassing, especially at the moment, because like you say, you know, real-world stuff going on and finance and all of that lot. It's a case of making sure we got enough to keep the bills paid at the moment, isn't it? Because I don't know if it's the same where you are, but in the UK, you know, utility bills are flying through the roof. You know, it's 50% increases on everything at the moment. It's just insane. Absolutely insane how silly it's got over here. And they're blaming anything. They've blamed Brexit. They've blamed COVID. They're now blaming Putin. It's like, really? So It all is rather strange. Panzer Cat says Fox has never tried a caramel. No. Adeptus is saying I've already promised the X3 cats when we're back moved in together. Laugh out loud, yeah. Jeff says I've tried a caramel and it was absolutely delicious. Thanks again, Panzer Cat. Absolutely. Of course, yeah, Panzer has all of the chocolate. All of it. Not just some of it, but all of it. So let that dry for a bit. Start figuring out what we're going to do with the squiggage of squigness. We've got a bit of bone on there. Let's put a bit of, what's it called? That one, Monfang Brown. Put the squig flesh away in a bit. Edward Leonard says I lived in Eastern Bethlehem, Allentown area, Adaptus latrina. Ah, there you go. Yeah. So is that work that you're moving back for, or is that relationship? Or get a bit more paint on there. Is that where you was born then, is it? And just sort of going back to your roots? Most of where I was born's been demolished and rebuilt over because London's constantly evolving, as most major cities do. And yeah, a lot of what was there has been gone and replaced with more modern stuff. And a bit of him on there. Swear blind I saw another one. A little bit more on the strap on that one. Try and get some of this leather work up to speed. I'll do the same with the seat. He's moving back because I hate the west side of the country and I miss me family. Oh, right. Yeah, of course you've got family over that side, haven't you, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of them, mate, and it's not a case of a 30-minute drive, is it, mate? You know, it's a plane trip. Yeah, fair play to you, mate. Like I say, you've done your time, you know, you made the move, but like I say, family first, mate, innit? Like I say, especially if it's your roots there, mate, you know, you can take the man from the home and not the home from the man, you know? I know that from when I moved about, you know, I found it difficult when I first came down here. Because obviously leaving the big city, but you get used to it. Now when I go back, part of me just doesn't feel I belong anymore, so kind of strange. That's going to be metal. Okay. Just put that back away. Paul D. Tommaso says, I have this Revell 1320th DC-10 I'm messing around with. Was a part lot of kits I picked up, mostly assembled. I've managed to separate the parts and reassemble even. I'm missing an engine though. Oh. Have you got a 3D printer, Paul? Because you might be able to print one out, mate. You never know. You never know, mate. Stranger things can happen.
I am returned.
He is returned off.
What have I missed? Anything?
No, I've just been doing a bit of chat dollying, mate, whilst you've been gone.
Jolly good.
Mum okay, is she?
Ah, she's in bed now.
Yeah, oh, bless her.
Terror that she is.
She playing you up, is she?
Always, always. High maintenance she is.
Yeah, bless her.
Where are we up to in chat?
Literally, I've just read Paul D. Tommaso. Lynn saying hi to Paul Hugs. That's where I'm at.
All right, cool. Paul confirms he's got an Anycubic Photon S.
There you go. You might be able
Panzer Cat.
Go on.
So Panzer Cat says, "Oh, check on the floor behind your chair." I don't know what that's about,
Yeah.
obviously, but oh, that's your 2-hour alarm.
Yeah, no worries. I will stand up in a minute.
I really must change that music to something that's not copyrighted. Probably for the best. I've reset it for another 2 hours.
Cheers,
You
mate.
standing up yet?
I will be in a minute, mate. I'm just painting something.
Okay, how about now?
No. How about shut up a minute and let me paint this so that I can then stand up sooner?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'll just worrying about your health, that's all.
I know you are. I know you are, and I love you
telling me
for
off.
it. I love
How about
you
now?
for it.
You
Not
still
yet.
up yet? Not yet. God, you know, you're rubbish, you aren't you? What am I doing?
It's only because I can't see inside his gob. I just want to make sure that I'm capturing some of it at least.
I'd be worried if you could see inside my gob, because that would suggest far too many things I don't want to be suggested.
I see what you did there. You're good.
You'll see what I did there, yeah. Das ist richtig.
I'd be like, it's funny, I was saying this to Dave earlier on, be lost without the 3D printer. Because it's just so versatile. I don't think it'll ever replace buying a scale model kit, but it's certainly got its uses for embellishing and doing little bits that you may be missing.
I mean, it'll get there one day, but, you know, when it gets to that point, that's when manufacturers start offering you STL files or actual kits.
Yeah.
You know, like Tamiya might say, you can buy this kit or you can pay 10 quid for the STL.
Yeah.
And then we don't have to manufacture it. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, but again, Fox, it's the time. It's the time it takes to print it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, no,
But,
I think that's going to be...
But that's the thing, though. It's like, time's one thing, but think about it, you know, 20 years from now.
Oh, yeah.
The whole different method. But people say, oh, at the end of things, it's like, no, because if I was a model manufacturer, let's say I'm Bob Tamiya.
Yeah.
Or I'm Dave Warhammer or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I sell these model kits that I manufacture, but now I have to go out of business because everybody's got a 3D printer. Or I could go, why don't I just sell the kits anyway for those that haven't got a 3D printer and then just charge half as much for the files and sell that to the people that have got a printer? Therefore, I'm still making money. It's a win-win.
Of course it is.
I don't think model making companies are panicking at all. They'll just sell STLs for the sprues.
Yeah.
Because then they don't have to, for them, it's like we still get money for it and we don't have to manufacture it.
They're not having to pay for any materials or anything.
Yeah. It's like, here's a kit that's 50 quid, or if I'm charging you a £5 for it, I'm still making £5 that I didn't have before, and it costs me nothing. It's £5 of pure profit. I don't think model companies are panicking.
Oh, no. I don't think they've got a reason to, if we're honest.
No. Not at all. Now, do I want to make him a sniper boy or a boy? I think a sniper boy. Does cover up his chest, but that seems to be the problem with all of them. I can't really get around that. So Reynolds was talking about these guys, and he was saying when I was saying about how one of the problems of these commandos, and the new boys, is that you kind of have to assemble the weapons arms on. You can't have them on later.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're trying to glue together two things that have been painted that are really fiddly. And he's saying, yeah, it really is a case that a lot of these you're going to have to do your best to paint them with the gun arms attached, because there's no way around it.
No.
You've not really got a lot of choice for some of these guys. You can't afford to be gluing arms on when it's painted if you don't want to mess the paint up.
Warm it up, Paul. He says he's got a new bottle of resin that's been out in the cold. Have you got a what we call in the UK an airing cupboard? It's where your hot water tank lives. If you have, just stand a bottle next to that, mate. Let it warm up.
Mm-hmm. Diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly bum, diddly. 30, 31, 32. 31. Wow, that's a bit like pointless busy work, this. They give you half the barrel of this rifle.
Oh,
as
really?
an extra bit. It's like, really? kind of stretching it a bit there, just to fill out the sprue space. Okay. 30, 31, 32, 32.
In the voice of Arnie.
Where is 32? I can't see it. I don't know where it is. 32. Where are you? Get to the cutters. Where is it? I'm looking for the actual park because I know what it looks like. But I still can't find it. I may have used it somewhere else, maybe, I suppose. That's always a possibility. That would be a kind of stupid thing to have done, but never mind. I've got a game for you. It's who is your daddy and where is 32?
I worry about you.
Where is it? Where
you
is
need
it?
to get out more, mate.
I can't see it. I'm going to have to start looking at empty slots and see if one of them has the number, because I've maybe accidentally already used it somewhere. It's a crosshair, but I can't have used it somewhere.
The doctor said you need to get some squats.
There it is. Some what?
He says you need to get some squats, says Adeptus Latrina.
Squats don't exist anymore.
Yeah, I will do in a sec, Lynn. Lynn's
I could
telling me
get
to
some
stand
squats if they still made them and hadn't stopped making them 25 years ago, and you weren't paying a fortune for old metal squats on eBay.
What are squats, mate?
Squats were like the 40k equivalent of dwarves.
Oh, right, yeah.
They were little tiny. They were little. I'm not really sure. They were like small, diminutive dudes. I don't know if they were like dwarf types, but they were discontinued like 20 years ago. I don't think they made it past second or third edition. So if you find them now, they'll be metal figures, not plastic.
Yeah.
I think. Squats still exist in my heart. Apparently, if you ask the guys at Warhammer, at Games Workshop, what do customers always ask for? Like, what are you always being asked about? And it's always things like plastic Thunderhawk, because Thunderhawk's the big drop ship that you can only get from Forge World.
Yeah.
Plastic Titans, plastic Deathcourt, and squats. Bring squats back. It used to be Sisters of Battle and squats, but they've actually made Sisters of Battle now. So, but yeah, they discontinued them years ago. I think it was like I could be wrong, but I think it was like the 40k equivalent of dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose they'd be a bit like, in terms of not steampunky, but they're a bit like your Kaharadrons you got for your Age of Sigmar, that kind of thing, but not steampunky, obviously. I think they were in the Imperial Guard. They were just like troops. They were classed as what the Imperium were classed as abhuman, which is like mutated humans, which, although the Imperium hates anything that's not human and wants to rid the universe of it, they barely tolerate things like Ogrins and squats because they're abhuman. They're like mutated humans, but they have their uses in the Imperium, so they tolerate them. So Ogrins are like big, massive, bulky dudes.
Nice.
I think, anyway. I could be making all that up. La 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 la. Oh, squats, isn't that Fox with the runs? I don't run anywhere. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I reckon they would charge just as much for the files unless they can ensure you can only use a 3D print once or define number, e.g. a combat patrol of 5, says Angus Alla, about companies releasing STL files. Yeah. Maybe there'd be a way around it or something, I don't know.
Back in the set, just going to make a brew, mate, and have a trundle.
Yeah, good girl, good girl.
I'll put you full screen, mate.
Okay. Yes, I don't know. I don't know how they'd limit it, but I suppose if in this distant future there may be a way for them to say, here are some STL files. You can make the sprues yourself, but there's something in the software that means it only allows you to do it once, and if you want to do it another time, you have to pay again or something like that. I mean, that would be fair play because that's kind of doing them out of money, isn't it? In a way. Because if you want 50, if you don't have a 3D printer and you want 50 dudes, you've got to buy 50 dudes. But if you've got a 3D printer, it wouldn't be fair if you could buy 5 dudes but print them all that many times, 10 times. That would be a bit rubbish. I suppose the other thing they'd have to watch for is people printing off the STL files and then selling them. They'd probably have to figure that out as well somehow. Because, you know, you could buy, let's say Games Workshop sold a pack of 5 dudes for £20, or you can buy the STL file for £5. It would make sense to buy the £5 STL, print it out, and sell it for 20 quid. You know what I mean? So they'd have to figure it out. I'm sure they'll come up with something. Adeptus Latrina says, I need some more Sisters of Battle. Yes. There's a conversation about 3D printing going on, but I don't know anything about 3D printing, so I can't get involved in that. That's it. I'm starting a Chaos Dwarf army because I hate money, says Rabbit, joking. I think you should go to Forge World because you hate money. Yes, I don't know about Sisters of Battle because I painted that one for Nim as a sort of memorial build. And there's 2 reasons I wouldn't want to do Nim. Well, one is because, you know, that was a memorial build for Nim. I don't know if I wouldn't have any interest in fielding Sisters myself. But having said that, I didn't enjoy painting it because it was so damn small. It was so small, and the detail, all the filigree was so delicate and complicated that I didn't enjoy painting her at all, because it really did look like garbage till the last few coats of, you know, effects and shades and stuff, and I didn't feel good about it. So I don't know. I think it was maybe just on the limit of what I can paint with my old man eyes. I mean, I can paint Imperial Guard, but they're fairly chunky and simple. They're not complicated. They're not covered in filigree and trim and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, I can't say I enjoyed painting that little Sister of Battle because it was so damn small. I can't remember which one it was now. It was the informational lady or whatever it was called. I can't remember now. I can't remember. You can't share Black Library ebooks. Something in the code locks your copy to you, says Angus. Yeah, I think it's locked to your device. I think if you download it to your reader or to your computer or whatever, it's locked, or your iPad or tablet or something, it's locked to that device, I think. Because you're buying a license for that one. So I don't know how there would be a way to do it. I don't know how they do it. But, you know, this will be in the far future when 3D printing probably doesn't look anything like it does now. But there'll be a way to do it that companies will be able to monetize and not lose sleep over. It's just the only threat to businesses will be if they don't learn how to adapt to it. They can't ignore it. They can't do anything about it. It's going to happen. 3D printers will get to the point where they're cheap enough and good enough to be a real threat to production standard injection molded plastic kits. And also to, you know, companies like Forge World and small garage kit manufacturers. So, adapt or die, isn't it, really? It will get to that point where they're that good. I don't think we're there yet. I think they are very good. And resin printers, are obviously, like, you know, the from my limited knowledge, the sort of the plastic printers that have all the lines on them, they're still not really, you know, there's no threat from them because nobody wants to spend all that time cleaning up all the print. But resin printers, absolutely, they're getting there. I think, in my humble opinion, that I know nothing of. I've got a really runny nose right now. And the difficulty is, because I've not got Colin's trickly fish tank in the background, I won't know if I've fallen out because I haven't got any noise in the background to listen to. Let's have a look.
Pardon me.
Oh, morning, Vicar.
What's wrong with my fish tank?
No, I was saying I saying because I've not got your fish tank in the background. I won't know if I've fallen out the stream.
Oh, bless you.
It's weird. It's weird having silence. I'm not used to it.
Oh, sorry.
Don't like it.
Muted my
No,
microphone. I do apologies.
No, you turn your microphone off because we don't want to hear you pooping and eating and things.
Come on, mate. If you could hear me pooping down here, I'd be really worried.
We're blokes. We can be heard all the way down the street. Don't worry about that. Did you have a good trundle?
Yeah. Made a fresh pot.
Good lad. Shall I start the countdown? Start the clock.
Yeah, can do, mate. I'm just going to reset my alarm.
I've reset mine. You didn't miss anything. I was talking about 3D printing with no actual knowledge of what I was talking about, so.
Oh, right.
I was just talking about, we were saying about in the far distant future when, like, resin printing or whatever the future version is good enough to challenge polystyrene injection moulding. And we're saying about companies embracing it, adapt or die. We're trying to figure out, like, if you're a company selling model kits and you give you can buy the kit, or you can spend a quarter of the price and just buy the STL for the sprue. How do you make sure that person doesn't do 50 prints of it?
Yeah, it is one of those.
So it's more like a case of probably at that point there'll be a way for them to limit the license or something.
Prime example for me is the Mad Max figure I've got. The license on that, it's basically locked to your IP address.
Oh yeah.
And you get to do X amount of prints before the file basically becomes
Okay, so it's already something that happens.
There's something in the metadata where it can tell.
Oh well, there you go. Then it's already a problem that's been solved.
Yeah, whether it's them trying to frighten you, I don't know. But if I was to share it, I would actually get banned from the site where I bought it from.
Yeah,
because I've shared intellectual property and.
Well, there you go. It's basically a problem that's already been. So that's what we're trying to figure out, because it was things like, if I wanted an army of 50 dudes, I'd have to buy 10 packs of 5 if I didn't have a printer. But if you didn't limit it, then somebody could buy 1 pack of 5 as an STL file and print it 10 times.
I mean,
that wouldn't be fair. So they'd have to come up with something.
Companies like Edward that do resin aftermarket and that, I can see them selling STL files and things like that.
Yeah.
I can see that being a market because it saves them having to do all the making of the resin and things like that. Maybe someone like Forge World, they might say, well, we'll look at it. But I think with them, the licensing would have to be so strict. And I still don't think you can get the quality on a resin printer at the moment that you can on cast resin.
No, I mean, this was our kind of 10, 15, 20 years in the future when who knows what will be going on. That's when it, even just normal plastic injection companies, I think they will get to the point where they realise the only thing they can do is offer that as an extra product.
Yeah.
None of them will be, when it gets to that point, none of them will be able to ignore the fact that people can print their own.
Exactly.
And that once it gets to being as good as plastic injection moulding, they're going to have to offer it as a product. But it's just another way to make money.
Oh yeah, the aftermarket area I think is where it'll first start becoming prevalent.
Yeah, because I mean the one advantage they've got is if you want to buy a Tamiya motorbike kit, nobody's going to make a bootleg 3D STL file because they'd have to have the engineering skills of a Tamiya of the guy that designed it at Tamiya.
Yeah, you'd need to.
Yeah, so you're not going to get like a knockoff one because somebody'd have to build the. Basically, why aren't they working at Tamiya if they're able to?
Yeah.
So yeah,
the moment I can print my own wheels for 24th scale cars. I can print the tyres on the filament printer using TPU because it's like a rubber.
Filament. Yeah.
I print the inner hubs on the resin printer. And it's just like going out and buying an aftermarket set of wheels. So I can see companies like that doing it.
But it's like, imagine there was a Tamiya model kit that had like 400 parts, and Tamiya didn't release an STL. Who's going to sit there and create an STL file?
No one.
No one's going to spend, given that somebody at Tamiya gets paid a lot of money to do that, nobody's going to sit there and create an absolute reproduction of a kit. So Tamiya will be like, So why don't we sell an STL file? Because nobody else is going to do it, and we can make money on that.
Am I going to want to pay thousands and thousands of pounds for the CAD software they use, just in the hope that I can sell it at a knockoff 10 quid cheaper?
Yeah. No,
yeah,
you know, that's the point.
Happen.
I mean, if it might be like you can already get 3D print knockoffs of Forge World kits, and that's because they've got like 5 parts.
Yeah, and they are bad as well.
But like a proper model kit, somebody's going to sit there and reproduce a sprue. Nah. And especially when you get kits that have things like springs and stuff in them, that's when it gets a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get around that. It might be that if you let's say a Tamiya kit, for example, maybe you can spend a quarter of the price to buy the STL file, and then they send you the springs and bits and bobs that go with it that they can't print off. Maybe that's how it would work. I don't know. It's just interesting. I think it'll get to that point one day, and I think manufacturers will have to embrace it in some way or other.
Oh yeah, it's embrace it or lose it, isn't it?
And it would make sense if. Because I suppose you could have some manufacturers that had like a range of kits that are traditional kits, and then they have a completely different range of just 3D printing kits you can buy.
Yeah.
But I think it would make more sense for them to actually just release all their kits as both. Because if someone's got a 3D printer, or you haven't got a 3D printer and there's a kit you really want and they haven't released it as a standard kit, that would suck. I think companies will embrace it.
Well, this is it. I mean, I've always wanted a model kit of my car. Now, I can 3D scan it now because I've got, the latest iPhone with the latest LiDAR sensor, and I can go out and 3D scan that using photogrammetry software and do a printout.
Yeah, but how much cleanup would that require?
It's going to need 50 shed loads, but on the resin printer, probably not a great deal. You'll be surprised.
What? Not? I mean, from the handheld mobile phone LiDAR scan, there'd be a heck of a lot of tweaking and fiddling, wouldn't there? From the to clean up the STL file. I mean, not to clean up the resin print.
Yeah, but you've got the software now on the system to do it.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing. Mesh room, mesh mixer, blender,
mesh mixer.
You've got all that software there where you can import that in, and you can create the render or the image. And then you just go in and you clean up any areas that you don't want. Bang, job done.
Retro Rabbit says the future is replicator credits.
Yeah.
Or if you're watching Stargate, Replicator.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot more to it. Could just see it.
Yeah, I think it'll get to the point where companies have to adapt or die. There'll still be a market for traditional plastic kits that you buy a box full of sprues, because not everybody's going to have, not everybody's going to have a 3D printer.
No.
So, hey.
That's the thing, it can only go one way at the end of the day.
Yep.
I don't think it'll ever replace model kits, but certainly, say for instance for myself, where I would have gone out and spent, I don't know, 20, 30 quid on a set of aftermarket resin wheels and tyres. I can chuck that out on my printer and it costs me 58 pence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you do have to buy the printer to start with and all the resin and stuff.
But I mean, my printers have more than paid for themselves in what I've saved in aftermarket, because, all right, it's time and effort that I'm putting in to design the files, but once I've got that file, that's it. It's there. It exists. And I can print as many as I want.
Yeah, I think it'll just be another format. In the same way that plastic injection moulder kits didn't get rid of wooden model boats.
Absolutely.
Wooden and paper model planes. They still exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't think there'll be the death knell of anything. I think it'll just be another media stream.
I use it to supplement. Perfect example, diorama parts. Get
your diorama parts here, free for a pound.
If you want to do oil cans or jerry cans or
don't you mention jerry cans to me.
That sort of thing. You chuck that out a 3D printer, Bob's your uncle. Look at me with the insane blade with all the dudes.
Oh God. Yes.
The cranes, the ball and chains and things like that.
None of that would exist.
No.
I think it'll just be another format. It won't be the death knell of anything.
No, absolutely not.
Because what you have to remember is some people will just prefer vinyl's still around, and we don't even, nothing kills anything.
Prime example.
Yeah, vinyl. You can still buy vinyl records. Oh yeah, they weren't destroyed, were they?
Apart from the exhaust pipes, which were on the other sprue for the Baneblade, everything else there came out the resin printer.
Yep.
So straight away, that for me is where they come into their own, being able to just quickly knock stuff out like this.
Oh yeah.
But the actual printer Baneblade, no, I wouldn't want to sit there and
yeah.
I'm going to spend probably 60 quid on 2 bottles of resin to try and print something to replicate a Baneblade that I could probably get not much more. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's not there yet, is it, for that?
No.
It'll get there eventually. Like I say, I think it'll be an adapt or die. Companies will either embrace it or there'll be lots of companies that don't bother with it and just carry on making plastic kits because people like to make plastic injection molded kits.
Yeah.
In the same way some people like to make resin kits. Some people like to make wooden boats.
Absolutely.
Just what they like to do. And let's not forget, of course, the companies will have massive libraries of plastic injection molded kits that aren't available as STL files because they were designed 30 years ago and they can't really scan in an old kit, so they'll just have both. La 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 la. Let's have a look and see what chat's doing. Going to move into the living room, says Paul Di Tommaso, may have stream up on the big telly.
Oh, big telly times.
Big telly, big pointy finger, big telly.
Yeah.
I could point something else, but you wouldn't like that.
Steady Neris.
Candygram says, interesting, this is the first I've heard of an IP address locked print file.
Yeah, it's Sanix, mate.
Yep.
When you download anything from Sanix, in the metadata is your order number that you bought the order from them on, and also the IP address of where you placed the order from. Yeah.
Edward Leonard uses 3-in-1 4-ounce multi-purpose PTFE lubricant for my FEP on my resin printer.
Oh, nice. I use Rain-X.
Rain-X, good God, that takes me back to my detailing days.
Yeah, that's what I use on mine.
That was the Rain-X was a coating for glass, wasn't it?
Yes.
An anti-mist coating.
Yeah, you put it on the glass and it stops rain molecules settling on the glass. They just run straight off. It's like a Teflon coating for glass. Yeah.
I've not seen Rain-X for years. Good God.
Yeah.
There's a name.
It's that old that the labels came off the bottles.
I've got a bottle of it somewhere. I've got a couple of bottles of Maguire's polishes down there that I used once to clean something. Colin makes it sound like bish bash, it's done. It's a pain in the ass to normal people, says Edward Leonard. Rabbit says, I'd love to see someone in Star Trek replicate a Big Mac as a nostalgic 20th century delicacy, then spend the rest of the episode being sick from it.
Yeah.
Candygram says, my 3D printers have made building much more fun, which has only increased the amount of traditional modelling stuff I've bought.
Absolutely.
Dorkosaurus is going for a tube and a brew. He'll be right back.
Good man.
Ooh, just go for a cigarette right now. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's think about something else.
I had that craving during the week.
Yeah, it's not like a craving. It's just like, oh yeah, that'd be quite nice.
Yeah, I had this real craving for clan pipe tobacco. Oh
really? That's old man territory. That.
Because I used to sit and smoke a pipe in the garden.
That's very civilised. I say, did you talk about the RAF and?
Back in the day, I have you know, that's £1 some threepence halfpenny in old money.
Yes, as we got the old tiffy on the grass and the engineers got the engine going.
And I used to hold the bowl and do the pointy bit with the tip. And over there...
And Jerry was at 12 o'clock, so I gave him all 4 barrels.
I used to find it extremely satisfying sitting there on a summer's evening with a single malt on the pipe.
Oh, yeah. This is when you were, what, 23, 24?
Yeah, I was in my late 20s, actually, yeah.
You were such a rebel, weren't you?
But I had quite a selection of pipes on the old pipe rack in the lounge. My mum used to laugh, but then when I was growing up, I still remember my mum sat on her doorstep smoking a clay pipe.
Yeah, oh, really? Good God. Because I can just imagine you sat there in the back garden with your pipe and and it's like your mum there going, "Can you not just go out on the piss and beat people up like normal people your age?"
No, I'd already done that.
It's like, no, I'm going to sit and have a pipe and be very civilised.
Yeah. But yeah, sitting there smoking a pipe. God.
I had a dream the other day where whatever I was doing, I was having a cigarette and it tasted like chocolate and it was the best thing in the world. And I woke up and was like, "Oh, I wish they did." And then it's probably good they don't, but you know.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of it now. If I tried to have a cigarette now, it would take at least a whole packet before I was able to tolerate the nasty taste.
Yeah.
Because it's been 4 years, so if I have one cigarette now, it'll just taste like absolute garbage.
I'll
be like, I can't
worry
smoke
about
that.
hacking and coughing me guts up, to be honest with you.
No,
I don't miss smoker's cough.
no, not at all. I don't.
Because I had quite a nasty smoker's cough, and
Oh God, yeah.
I don't miss that at all. So
I don't miss lying.
and he's gone. Yeah, he don't miss. I think he was going to say he don't miss lying in bed with the weight of 100 on his chest, probably.
No, I really don't miss lying in bed and like hearing that kind of wheezy rattle when I breathe in. That's
Yeah.
nice not to hear that.
Yeah,
You know, when you stop breathing in and there's still a noise going, it's like, well, that's not
yeah,
right.
you do it. Yeah,
Yeah, and you'd be like, oh. But, yeah, but that's the beauty of it. If I just had one cigarette now, it would taste foul. It would taste at least 2 packets for me to stop thinking it tastes horrible. So that's the best thing about it is I couldn't go back to smoking.
no.
Because I'd be like, that's disgusting. I can't smell that.
No, I'm glad I gave up. I didn't actually think I would be able to. I didn't think I would be able to last, but
Yeah.
I've surprised myself, and the missus is still shocked even now that, you know, I stopped, because she'd only ever known me as a smoker.
Well, it's like I gave up once before with no problems whatsoever. Just stopped. I was like, not smoking, bang. And this time I just gave up with no problems. I just stopped. But it was for both times. My brain had no choice. I've said it before. The first time I gave up, I literally spent all my spare money that month deliberately, so that I'd have no money to spend on cigarettes.
No money
I'd be
for
like,
smokes. Yeah,
it's like my bank balance is 0. It's the first of the month. I've deliberately spent it, so I can't go and buy cigarettes now anyway. I'm not going to ask mum or dad for them because that's wrong.
No.
So I just can't smoke. And I didn't smoke. I didn't get any. I just stopped, and that was it. Perfect. I gave up for about 1.5 years. That was good.
Yeah, I'm glad I have given up, but every now and then you get that urge.
Yeah.
And
it's
it would
like
be
anything,
very easy to go out, and you know, I've got mates that smoke, and I know full well if they said, "Oh, do you want one?" I'd go, "Yeah, all right."
go on then.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, that first time I gave up for about 1.5 years, no problem. This time, of course, I had to give up for Mama Fox because she had to give up. And it's like, well, I can't smoke in the house if she can't. So
No, that's right.
my brain's like, oh, I've got no choice on that. When my brain's got no choice whatsoever, it doesn't argue. It just says, okay, we won't smoke.
Yeah, it's like, all right then, I won't do that.
But every time I've tried to give up because it's too expensive or because it's not healthy or because I should give up, I've failed.
Yeah.
And I failed miserably. But when it's been a case of, I've got no choice, I've either got no money or I have to give up for Mama Fox, my brain's like, okay, fair enough. End of argument. Done.
Yeah, that's
You've
right.
stopped. No cold turkey, no craving, just, okay, stop now.
No, makes sense, mate, doesn't it?
Yeah. I've been very lucky in that respect.
Yeah, like I say, part of me misses it, most of me doesn't, if that makes any...
Yeah. Part of you misses it, but your lungs don't. But that part is not that part is not your lungs.
I found I was forever struggling with smoker's cough, forever getting chest infection, just generally feeling like ass. So
that's how it works.
Yeah, I was kind of and almost when they said, you know, if you can not smoke whilst your fusion's trying to take, it would be better for you. For me, that was kind of almost like an olive branch that was issued, you know, and
I'm just going to make some noises to speak over that so you copyright. La la.
Yeah.
That's the trick, you see. When that goes off, if one of us makes a load of noise, you don't get binged for it. Yeah, it's like it's throwing you like a little bit of a life belt, and it's saying here's a thing that can help you not.
Absolutely, and it gave me someone, I wouldn't say to blame, but I've been told by the doctors, therefore I'd be letting them down, and Yeah.
Well, that's like with me. Then it's just saying to your brain, "There you go. We've got to give up, and you've got no choice." And your brain just goes, "Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Can't really argue against that.
Yeah.
Can't do much about that, then, can I?" No.
Absolutely, and it surprised a lot of people. I mean, my mum was gobsmacked. You know, she said, "Bloody hell! Never thought I'd see the day when you stopped smoking."
Yeah.
It's like, well, there you go. You have
Here is
now.
the day.
Absolutely, that day has landed.
Yeah.
But she was the same. She just stopped. You know, she had bad smoker's cough. You know, and it was, well, you know, smoking ain't doing you good. I'll stop then, she said, and everyone laughed at her. And that gave her the She'd bloody laugh at me. And she's never smoked since, you know.
Just on a side note, very quickly, when you get round, have you done all your commandos?
What, built them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, for anybody else then who's making the commandos, when I was saying earlier on about you have to glue all the arms on and it makes painting difficult, when it comes to the sniper, the arms actually lock into place quite nicely. So you don't need to glue the weapon arms on. You can glue the arms on, but you don't need to glue the sniper rifle on. So you can, because you can get that in place and he's still in, then the arms will be in the right place, and when I come to glue him later on, it'll all go together nicely, hopefully, I hope.
That's the key, he says. Hopefully.
Hang on. I'd have to practice the manoeuvre properly, but it should all just, there you go. It just locks together perfectly with no hassles.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So what I can do is when I've got all painted up, I can put him on there and I can just do a touch of glue, and that's it. Which means I can get to his chest. But his arms kind of lock into the right position, so the other ones are like ball joints, and there's no way to get them in the right position. So that guy's pretty good. So we like that. He can have the arm not attached. Because that's the thing, I've learned that you can glue stuff together with Tamiya Extra Thin when it's painted, as long as you're really, really careful.
Yeah. As long as you don't slather it on, you're all right.
Yeah, you can just go, touch, as long as you can get it together first, and then do the glue.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever consider building a Tempesta Scion like that. You have to attach the arms for them, there's no choice. Otherwise it'll just be sadness. Anyway, what we're talking about, cigarettes and smoking.
Yeah. But isn't it strange, though, when you see... I mean, I saw footage of an old live stream and I was rolling the smoke. And it just didn't compute that I used to smoke. It's really weird.
It's like there's a lot of people don't realise it when I used to do live streams, especially solo live streams, when I used to smoke. I didn't like the idea of smoking on us. I did smoke once or twice on like on the after hours thing that we don't do anymore.
Yeah. That was the one I was watching back.
Yeah, but that's an after hours one. That's like adults only anyway. But which part is that? Hang on, 33.
But I used to keep my stuff off camera on the left here.
Well, the thing is, I used to smoke on my normal live streams, but nobody realised it because what I'd do is I'd be doing my painty, and then I'd do like I'd read some chat for a bit.
Yeah.
And you might see my hand there.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't see my other hand.
No, 'cause it's got a fag in it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'd do is I'd have my cigarette over on the other bench, and I'd be having a cigarette, but I'd be blowing the smoke off in the other direction, away from the camera.
Yeah.
And I'd do it really, really quietly, so you couldn't hear me blowing the smoke out.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know when you try and blow smoke out, but you try and make no
Yeah.
noise at all.
Yeah.
And it was like that, so nobody knew that I smoked. I didn't want to be smoking on, and that's the thing. The one thing I can't stand is you know.
We see it all the time, don't you?
Yeah, you see it like somebody in a stream of the smoke. It's like, don't smoke on camera. It's just gross.
Yeah.
It's not good. I know I did do it. And
Yeah, we
after a
don't
while,
have to
I'm like-
worry
after-
now, do we?
After a while, I'm like, nah, I'm not. I shouldn't be doing that.
Well, it was a difficult one. It was all right after hours, but when we're trying to be family friendly, it's like, yeah.
Well, it's not even that. It's just not very. I realised it wasn't very. It's not pleasant and it's not professional, and I'm like, yeah, it's a bit.
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
almost become
present-
socially unacceptable now, isn't it? It's gone the
Well,
opposite way, isn't it? And
But it was more just things like, you know, if I'm trying to project a certain image and there's a pack of cigarettes on my bench or a load of an ashtray, and I'm like, no, that's not.
yeah,
Like there'd be occasions when I'd set up a photograph. I'd say, this is what I've done today, and I'd upload the picture, and I'd be like, oh crap, there's an ashtray behind it.
straight full of fags. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just delete it and retake the picture without doing
Yeah, we've all done that one. It's like, damn, why didn't I move that?
that. Yeah. So.
Yeah. It's happened to us all, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
No,
this
it's
is
just
the
weird.
problem now, isn't it? Because it is such an image-conscious society, isn't it? That people are really conscious of what they're projecting now.
Well, it's not so much. It's not really that. It's just, would I want to watch? Would I want to watch Duncan if he was chuffing on a cigarette for half of the video?
Yeah.
Would or if he had an ashtray on the table and a cigarette going? Would you want to watch him on a live stream? Would you watch? Would you watch? Oh, I don't know. Martin Novak on the Midnight Channel.
Oh right, I know.
Doing his tank builds if he was having a fag. If he was having a cig, I must stop saying fag because you get your monetization taken.
It has a different meaning, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's just gross, and I realised it's like I don't want people to see that. So that's why I used to hide it a lot, and then when I stopped smoking, I'm like, well, that's better.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It just always seemed a bit gross to me. It's like if I can't be bothered, it's like I'm asking people to give me money and to watch my content, but I can't be bothered just not having or keeping the cigarettes out of the way.
Yeah, I used to be embarrassed towards the end that I was a smoker.
Yeah, so did I.
Which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'm not one of those ex-smokers that when someone smokes near me, I go, "Oh, my lungs, go away," because at the end of the day,
I go.
Ooh. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I used to smoke myself, and I wouldn't want to be that person. But
yeah,
I had just got to the point I was conscious of it. I knew I would give up at some point, but I kind of needed a kick up the arse to do it.
Yeah.
The medical one was the one I needed, and
yeah. Well, that was the same for me. Although it wasn't me medically, it was Mama Fox.
Yeah.
The moment it was like you need to stop smoking or you're going to have more strokes. It's like, right, we'll stop smoking, both of us.
Yeah.
And Mama Fox was like, you don't need to stop. And I'm like, really? You really want me to be around the house smoking when you're trying not to?
Yeah, it's not fair on her, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, no, I'll give up because she's given up before. For some reason, old people can just stop because they're bastards. But
yeah.
And it was like, no, if you're stopping, I'm stopping. And I said, besides, your money spending on the fags anyway, so
yeah.
Yeah, buying them because by that point I didn't have enough money coming in, and we were just kind of sharing packs. So
yeah,
it was. I said, no, I'm not having you spending money so I can smoke if you're not smoking, and it's your health anyway. The whole point of not smoking is because you don't want to have any more strokes.
Yeah, bless her.
She's like, oh yeah, good point.
Yeah, it is one of those, isn't it? And you sort of you sit there sometimes and you think, why did I do it? But it's just part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, so there you go. So we're not going to smoke anymore now. Shut up and pass me the bowl of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really want a cigarette?
Yeah, I do. I was sitting there now thinking,
oh,
yeah.
But it was only because the other day I was dreaming it tasted like chocolate, and that's my brain's going, yeah.
Yeah.
Panzer Cat says, Fox, your brain says, go to Forge World.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Yeah, but then my bank balance says,
Yeah.
Dennis Nedry.
His bank balance goes, damn that Festa.
Yep.
That was funny.
Yes. Where are we up to? Joseph Kelly says, made it. Hi all. Welcome, Joseph.
Hello, Joseph. How you doing, buddy?
Dan Kramer says, I'm absolutely going to get some for mine. I want to get a lot out of this printer. That's the lubricant.
Yeah.
Rabbit loves cigars from the Dominican Republic mixed with a good scotch.
Oh, nice.
I probably would if I was ever in a social situation where, somebody was handing out cigars for something. Like a fine meal or a celebration. I'd probably happily smoke a cigar because it's something you do once or twice a year.
It's what I miss at Christmas, a brandy and a cigar on Christmas Day. But
if somebody says, you can have a cigar at this event, I'd be like, okay, I can do that because I'm not going to go out and buy a pack of cigars. I'm not going to smoke a cigar every day. So
I just know that the minute I have a cigar, it'll be, oh, I enjoyed that. I'll find another one. And then...
Yeah. I vape since 2013. It's the best thing I've done, says Edward. I tried vaping, but then I thought, you know what? No, just
yeah. I found
it's just as much crap in my lungs as cigarettes.
I found I coughed more when I vaped than I did when I smoked. Don't know why.
I found All vaping made me do was go and buy cigarettes because I couldn't be bothered farting about with the vape and the battery and the charging and the fiddling and I just wanted to. I was like, you know what? I can light a cigarette and smoke it. I'm not sitting there farting around with juice and buttons and yeah. And I thought, at the end of the day, they're just as unhealthy as cigarettes anyway. Putting anything in your lungs that isn't air is just going to do you harm. So, Edward loved Cuban cigars.
Oh, good shout, yeah.
I think I've had a proper Cuban cigar once.
Yeah, my mate used to get me them when he used to go on holiday.
H is in the shower.
Yeah.
Lynn Dipple says, non-smoker here. Good on you.
Good for you, Lynn. Well done.
Edward asks Panzer if he's finished all the donuts yet. Edward says, yes, Forge World, I have a squig-off ass to sell. And Panzer says he may just have a couple of donuts left. Candygram is remarking that the STLs on Sanex look great and the prices are more than reasonable.
Yes, they are.
Paul Di Tommaso says we are on the big 55-inch telly.
Ooh.
Hang on. Need to go full screen. Hang on. I wish there was a way to go full screen without me having to not be full screen myself, because it's a pain in the bum.
Oh, there is. Just click the little square in the corner.
No, I have our little hangout full screen just.
Oh, right.
So,
yeah.
Just because I may as well have it full screen.
Yeah, but if you want to put yourself full screen, just click the little person on your window.
No, but I have to come out of full screen to click the person on my window.
Oh, right.
I can't see that button.
Yeah. See, I don't have.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have it in that view. I always keep it small screen.
I like to have it full screen, just so I can see it when it falls over.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I just like to have it full
Yeah,
screen.
I only have that one small because on the screen next to it, I've got it full screen on YouTube. So it's like, yeah.
Edward Leonard asks Candygram to put a link in for the STLs. Yeah, you're a mod, Candygram, you can put links in.
Yeah. The Mad Max figure that I got, that's from Sanix.
Yeah, always Dan's put a link in.
Yeah.
But,
no, they really are good, mate.
Ah, la, la.
Reasonably priced.
Paul Di Tommaso doesn't miss smoking, but does get the urge to vape still. 0% nicotine, of course.
Yeah.
Rabbit says, about to go up a rickety ladder to screw something into the ceiling. Wish me luck. Don't die.
Yeah, don't make him laugh, everyone, because we don't want him falling off the ladder.
Yeah. Edward Leonard says, I have a weakness for key lime pie, and occasionally I buy one from the grocery, and my wife hates them and says, oh, you buying yourself another whole pie? Yup, I say. Never had a key lime pie. Sounds good. Edward, you have to treat yourself to something no one else eats once in a while, like every weekend, says Panzer.
Absolutely.
Totally Scale Models is in, says, morning.
Hello, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Morning.
Nice to see you, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Paul Di Tommaso says, hopefully this year's Motor Model show doesn't get cancelled. Past 2 years no show. Should be back to normal by now, I think. Steve calls Panzer Panzer, and I like that now.
Yeah,
it's a bit
works.
like Prancer without the R.
Yeah.
Prancer and Dancer. Panzer Cat says, time for me to head off. Everyone take care, and I hope to see some of you in the chat over the weekend. Take care, buddy.
mate. Always nice to see you, mate. Stay safe.
Jabella. Everybody's saying hello to Steve. And Lynn says hi to Guthorm. Guthorm says hello. Guthorm says hello. Khajiit says hello. Guthorm thinks he's a Khajiit. Everybody thinks they're a Khajiit. Khajiit's the best thing to be. Key limes are quarter size the size of the... I'll start that again. Rabbit says, key limes are quarter the size of a regular lime and you need to juice them for the pie. So I like 45 key limes. I'm glad I'm not making them. It just sounds like... It sounds like something I should probably want to eat.
Absolutely.
I like lemon and lime.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, if you have lemon juice, it's horrible. But if you have lemon and lime...
It's nice,
like
isn't it? Yeah.
If it's a cordial, not just actual juice from the creature, it's quite pleasant. I'm going to give this sniper the wrong head.
Deliberately, or
yeah, because he's got a really cool mask that I like this guy to have, because it's basically a big metal mask which is less painting than the flesh on the face.
Yeah.
So it means I can paint.
I found a few of them. I swapped the heads around a little bit just to give them a bit of difference.
Well, it gets me out of painting another face, which is always a winner. Let's just double check it fits with. It should fit with the sniper gun, I think. One would hope it would fit. If at first it doesn't fit,
Persuade it.
bodge it. Persuade it with shouting and violence.
That
Or
normally
German,
works.
as we like to call it.
Yeah. Great language.
I started to learn German a few years ago, and I realised that the key time to learn a language is before you get to the age of 4.
Yeah.
I read something that says if you try and learn a language before you hit 4 years old, it'll actually, the way it works basically, here's how it works. There's part of your brain that deals with language.
Yeah.
That is your main primary language centre, and it's where all your language goes. And when you learn to talk, when you're a baby, and you learn to do the talking, that's where all your language knowings go.
All right, yeah.
When you get to about 4 to 5 years old, if you start to learn a new language then, it actually goes in a completely different place.
Oh, wow.
It uses a different part of the brain, because all the language learning you do up to about the age of 4 is everything you learn up to about the age of 4, and after that it's just refining it.
Yeah.
So if you learn English as your first language up to about the age of 4, it all gets stored in this one place, and then later in life as you learn more for English it adds to that.
Yeah.
But if you learn a different language from scratch after that, it goes somewhere else.
All right.
Which is why it's harder to learn another language later in life. But if you learn more than one language before the age of 4, like when you're growing up, you'll learn both those languages in your primary language centre.
All right, yeah.
Which is why if you're born into a multilingual family and you start learning more than one language from birth, you'll speak both of them fluently.
Oh, wow.
Assuming the people that you've learnt from speak fluently. Whereas if you learn English, say you're born speaking English, and at 5 years old you start learning French, you'll speak English fluently and French just very well.
Yeah, broken French, yeah.
Well, you'll probably be all right. If you start learning French at 25, or if at my age, if you start learning German at 37, you're not going to learn German.
No.
Sonderkraftfahrzeug. I can say that.
I've always found German a great language when you hear it being spoken fluently. It's just like...
It's bizarre because everybody makes the joke that, like once a day tell someone that you love them and then tell them the same thing in German and shout it really loud because it teaches them that life is terrifying and confusing.
Yeah.
But if the thing is right, everybody makes that joke that German is like shouted and confusing. But the thing is, if you hear it spoken gently, it's a beautiful language. It can be very beautiful. If you hear somebody speaking it very softly.
Yeah.
Like softly spoken German can be really quite captivating. Because it's just so complicated and mechanical. And
It's just got a way of the way the language, the words are formed, isn't it? It's just like...
Yeah. I used to know a German girl once, and she had a very soft voice naturally anyway.
Yeah.
So we used to, like, Skype chats and stuff, and it was like, I could just sit and listen to that for all day. Because she spoke really softly. She could do the shouting loud, telling off, because she was a teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And that was like, you know what, I don't know what you just said, but I'm terrified.
Yeah. Yeah.
You might have said something good, I don't know.
Yeah, that's when we sit there and so nervous that a little bit of wee comes out. It's like,
Yeah, it's like, if you say it in German and you say it loud, it doesn't matter what you're saying, it sounds like I'm being told off for something.
Yeah.
You could be telling me that you love me dearly and you want to have all my babies, but I still feel like I'm being told off. You just don't know, do you? But yeah, but she had this really soft voice, and it's really mesmerising. It was quite. I just sit there and listen to it all day. I said you could just be reading out the economic forecast for the Dow Jones for the next 6 months. I don't know. It doesn't matter what it is. It just sounds really nice. She said at one point she was saying something. I said, "This sounds lovely." She went, "I'm describing the basic functions of the mitochondria." I went, "Oh," because she was reading something out. She's like, "Yeah, well, you make it sound really nice, love."
Oh, bless her.
I never thought my description of how mitochondria works could be quite so captivating.
Yeah. Please say it again. Please say it again. Honest.
Tell me again about peptide chains.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did try learning it about 10 or 11 years ago, and it was like, yeah, I may as well have been trying to learn quantum mechanics.
That's the one thing us English are bad at. is other languages, but then there are so many, aren't there? It's one of those.
It's not because we're bad at it. It's because we're not taught till we're at secondary school. Well,
Yeah.
when we were kids, we weren't taught till we were like 12
Yeah,
in secondary school, which is pointless. There's no point at all. You're not going to learn that
exactly.
much.
The horse is bolted almost, isn't it?
That, like I was saying, you know, your brain isn't designed to be learning. You'll learn it, but you won't learn it very well. Nowadays, they teach kids in primary school like Spanish and French. It's like much better.
Yeah,
If you're going to teach kids more than one language, which you should,
I think
then,
so in the modern world.
I'd like to learn Yiddish. I don't know why.
Oh right,
I think Yiddish sounds fantastic. It's like almost a comedy language, but I love it.
Yeah.
There's so many loan words from Yiddish
yeah.
that just sound brilliant. It's just, you know, there's so many great words from Yiddish that just, like verklempt. I just love that game, verklempt. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm a bit verklempt today. It's just great.
Yeah, you think in the modern world, like say, languages would be more widely taught in the UK. Hopefully, it's better than it was when we was growing up. But
Yeah, it has been. It has been now for a while. I mean, kids nowadays, like I say, kids nowadays are taught from primary school, and it has been like it basically got better from the moment we left school. So, like the mid-90s, it started getting better.
because it was crap when we was kids.
Yeah, we stopped being rubbish at school stuff, and we started getting good. So kids now, I think my nephews were learning Spanish when they were in junior school.
Oh right, yeah.
I don't know why, because it's not like we have a large Spanish-speaking population here in the UK. But
No.
I mean, we always learnt French and German because they're business languages.
Yes.
If you're going to do business in Europe, it was French and German.
Yeah.
If you live in the US, of course, Spanish is like the second most spoken language, or maybe first, I don't know. But so obviously, you know, it's a good language to learn in the US. Britain, not so much.
See, I always thought we dropped a bollock by not teaching or being taught sign language as we learnt our native language, because there are a lot of deaf people, myself included, that's going deaf. And I would have thought that it would have been so good to teach people the sign as well as the vocal word, because it would integrate people a lot more, wouldn't it? But
Well, then again, that's where you see the problem. When we were at school, people with that kind of disability were just off to the side. They weren't part of. They weren't considered part. You know, they were like, "Oh, it's deaf kids." There you go. They've got their own school.
Well,
Whatever.
not only that, it was quite often it was doesn't pay attention in class. Yeah, it's because we can't hear you, mate.
Yeah, that's something I'd like to learn. I saw a great video the other day, and at first I thought it was actually Mark Hamill, but it wasn't. It was a guy who went to some, like, you know, con of some sort, some like Star Wars or sci-fi con, and the guy's in a wheelchair, and he had, I would assume, some form of cerebral palsy and some form of palsy perhaps, and handicapped. Some form of disability.
Yeah, oh bless him.
But he's a massive Star Wars fan. And he's there, and basically this guy who looks exactly like Mark Hamill. I mean, he looks exactly like modern day beardy, grumpy Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
I thought it was at first until I read the words at the bottom of the video. Basically walks up to him and starts having a chat with him. So he says, "Hi, my name's Luke, what's your name?" But he does it in sign language.
Oh,
He signs it to him, and the kid like signs back and says, "My name's Matthew." And he says, you know, and he says they're talking away for about 5 minutes, and he's like saying, you know, "It's a pleasure to meet you. You're obviously a real Jedi in this." And he says, you know, "Would you like a lightsaber fight?" So he gives this guy the lightsaber. He can barely hold it, you know. He's kind of, and then he says, you know, "Would you mind if I asked you for a hug?" And the guy's like, "No, that'd be great." So he gave him a hug. I don't know if the guy, if the kid, I say kid, he's probably in his 20s or 30s. I don't know if he knew it wasn't Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
He might not have known it wasn't, but he looked, even I didn't know it wasn't. He was dressed up as Luke, and he was dressed up as Luke, like with the beard. And it was like, even I didn't know. But it was really nice that he just walked up and started doing it in sign language.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Because
at first I thought, wow, Mark Hamill knows sign language. How cool is that? It's like, this is not Mark Hamill. Oh, wow.
yeah, I just think it's a missed opportunity because, like you say, the world is full of deaf people at the end of the day, and I think it would just be a way of being more inclusive. And
Rabbit says, "We learn Parisian French in school, so we're totally incompatible with the province of Quebec." Yeah, because Canadian French is not the same as, like, provincial, there's normal French.
Oh, isn't
French,
it?
is
I never knew that.
I think there's like it's a slight different dialect.
Mm.
I wish I could speak Italian, says Totally Scale Models. You can. All you need to do is go, it's me, Mario, and spicy meatball. There you go. I've just said all the things you need to know in Italian.
We've been to Italy a few times, and it is one of those languages, especially when you see two people having a row in road rage. It's such an emotive language.
Well, the thing is, with Italian, how do you know if it's a row or just a conversation? You don't know.
Exactly, because it's so gesture intense, isn't it? And it's...
Yeah. The thing is, me and you could never learn Italian or speak it because we were smokers and we can't inhale that much air.
Yeah.
Because if you watch an Italian speak, they'll speak for 20 minutes and then breathe in.
Yeah.
But in that like, well, they'll speak for like, I don't know, 20 seconds. Sorry, I didn't mean 20 minutes. They'll speak for 20 seconds, then they'll breathe. But in that 20 seconds, they've read out 13 pages.
Absolutely.
Go and watch an Italian newsreader. They talk for 20 minutes and then they breathe.
Yeah. It's amazing how they do it.
Lynn Dipple says, I knew sign language, but I forgot most of it, not having someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Retro says that the guy that looked like Mark Hamill was a lookalike.
Good. That's pun of the night. Pun of the night.
See, Rebbit won't get that, but to us, that's a Yorkshire joke. He's a lookalike.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Edward says, I couldn't learn them when I was younger, so forget it. We didn't start until high school, which is 9th to 12th grade, which is 14 to 18 years old. Same as I didn't learn a language till I went to secondary school, because I was 13. I think in my 4th year at primary school, our teacher did teach us something. I can't remember, probably a little bit of French, but we were there to stick macaroni to cardboard.
That was pretty much what ours was.
Yeah, we coloured things in and we stuck cardboard to things, macaroni to cardboard, and we didn't. Primary school, I don't know why I hated school when I was a kid, because primary school, looking back, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
6 hours a day and you just get to play.
Oh, yeah.
I want to learn Tex-Mex or New Mexico Spanish. They don't speak Castillon Spanish, says Lynn. Castillon Spanish being Spain Spanish.
Yeah.
So is Mexico Spanish more like Portuguese?
I think it is based on Portuguese, isn't it?
Yeah, rather than actual Spanish,
Yeah.
Spain Spanish.
Yeah, I think it's more like is it Portuguese stroke Madeiran? Something, isn't there?
I don't, because I never know if it's there's Spanish and there's Portuguese, or Portuguese is just a variation of Spanish. I don't quite know how it works. But I think if am I right? And somebody in chat or Elaine or anybody tell me if I'm wrong. I think Mexican Spanish is more like.
Yeah, I think it's more towards the Portuguese side of things.
I think, because I know a lot of Portuguese kind of colonised South America.
Yes. Yeah.
Retro Rabbit is self-teaching Japanese, so I'm not totally useless and embarrassing when I go visit.
Oh, impressive.
I would like to learn Japanese actually as well.
I love the Japanese culture, people, and mate, I'd still get lost there and end up stuck in the train station forever and a day, but...
The only thing I can say in Japanese, and I think I know what it means, I think I've got it right, and it's from memory, it's Boku de wa soto to ichite kanai deyo, sa mododo, which I think means we don't belong here, let's go home, because it's a line from Akira.
Yeah.
Boku de wa soto to ichite kanai deyo, sa mododo. And that's why I've got a piece of music called Samo Dodo, because it's based on that line, and that's the whole piece of music is kids from the country going to the big city and finding out they don't belong and then going home again. That's the whole point of that piece of music. So you learn something every day.
Absolutely. So fun facts with Foxter.
Yeah, but that's how I remember that line in Akira. I had a subtitle-only version of Akira on VHS many years ago. I'm probably misremembering the line of dialogue, which makes it even more interesting for me, because I'm probably just saying something completely rubbish in Japanese, probably not even Japanese.
I am impressed, though.
Dan Kramer says, I know some bits of Mandarin for Firefly and some bits of Klingon. I dated a girl who spoke French fluently as a second language. The girl I knew that was German, she obviously had German as her first language, but she spoke English almost fluently.
Oh, right, yeah.
And the one thing I learned from her, and she was a teacher. She taught English, and she was doing some other stuff as well. And she used to send me things she'd written to just go over and see if she was getting the English right.
Oh, right, yeah.
But it always amazed me. The one thing she taught me was that, you know, we think of English. I think of like British English and all the different accents. Mm-hmm. And I can spot a different accent if someone doesn't talk like me. And the same with American English. If you give me someone from Boston, from New York, and from Pennsylvania, and someone from like, you know, Memphis and someone from Arkansas, I won't necessarily know where they're from, but I know they've all got different accents. I can tell they've all got different accents, even though they're all speaking English. If you give me 5 German people speaking German, they're just speaking German. Yeah. But in reality, what this girl made me realise was, if I listened to these 5 German people, and I'd be like, they're all just speaking German. She'd say, no, he's from Cologne, he's from Austria, that one's from near the Swiss border, he's from near the French border, and that one over there. And she'd say they're all different accents. And I'd be like, but they're just German. Because she said, I'm going to say something, and she said something, and then she said, I'm going to say it again. She said it 5 different ways, and I couldn't tell. No. And that's one of the things I learned, is that you only really spot accents in your own language.
Oh,
you don't realise that. Because she said, I played an audio file of something. I said, what is this guy saying? And she went, well, he clearly comes from Austria. Yeah. I was like, really? How do you know? He says, well, I can tell he's got an Austrian accent. I'm like, it's just German to me. Yeah. Yeah, because he sounds nothing like me. And I'm like, you just all sound German. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's like Spanish, isn't it? When someone will say, oh, they're Catalan. And it's like, well, we can tell by the words they're using, or they're, you know, from Mallorca, the Balearic Islands or whatever, because of their accent. And it's like, it all sounds, But then,
so is it?
It's no different than us with our dialects, isn't it? And our accents, you know.
But that's the weird thing, when, you know, because then I've had people, because she said to me, like, she can't hear a difference between like a northern and a sort of like my accent and your accent, or
really
my accent and someone from Bolton and someone from Cumbria. She wouldn't be able to tell because it's all just English. And I'm like, but they're really different. And she's like, no, they just all sound the same. Yeah. In the same way that to me, German just sounds like German.
Yeah, it's how you interpret it, I suppose. It's how you're hearing it, isn't it?
Yeah. Where are we up to? My girlfriend's dad has expressed that the Cantonese spoken by the MRI machine is better than hers. My sister-in-law is... she was born, I think, in Hong Kong or somewhere. Yeah. So her family speak Mandarin, but I think she might have been. I thought she was born in Memphis, but she wasn't. She wasn't born natively. She was born, I think, but went there. I think they moved to America when she was like tiny. So, so I don't think she speaks Mandarin, but yeah, they speak Mandarin. So her family is first generation Chinese.
Oh, wow.
Mexican Californian Spanish is just plain old Spanish, says Joseph Kelly, but only half as fast as the Spaniards in España.
Yeah.
Spanish came from Spain, but over time it changed, says Lynn. So is Portuguese then just a completely different language that sounds like Spanish?
I think it is, yeah.
So I'm guessing then is Portuguese more common in some of the southern South American countries?
I think the further south you go, probably is, yeah.
I don't know. I love mandarins. Can eat a whole bag, says Totally Scum. Yeah, but then you get
see what you did there, Steve. I'm impressed.
Just make sure you don't get raging hosepipe arse.
Yeah.
Lynn Dipple says yes, but I don't know what she's saying yes to. Maybe yes, it's more Portuguese the further south you go. Portuguese. Unless she says yes to Steve about mandarins. Portuguese is Brazil. Brazil. There you go. Says Joseph. Cool. Thank you, Joseph. Portuguese is very different than Spanish, but has some common elements, says Rabbit. Maybe it's because we just don't hear it very often.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, we are...
We are showing our ignorance, but we are learning in our brains. Brain learnings. Go on, you were going to say what? This is the thing, what?
Yeah, I mean, we went through a stage, didn't we, where, like, say, you know, you could sit in your local town and you would hear a variety of different languages that people were speaking, but it seems to have changed lately. You don't hear as many different languages being spoken.
Yeah.
Whether that's a Brexit thing, I don't know, but...
Well, it was always nice when I used to get on the tram to go into Manchester that you'd often hear like all kind of different languages on the tram. People going into Manchester because you'd have students and all kinds of things going on. And you'd often have. You'd obviously have lots of, say, Asian languages. When I say Asian, to us Brits, Asian is East Asian, so it's India, Pakistan, Yemen.
Yeah. Not Far Eastern or anything. Yeah.
West Asian, not East Asian. Yeah. What we call Asian over here is what the Americans would call Persian or East Asian.
Oh, right, yeah.
But I tried looking this up because it always gets confusing because the Americans refer to Asian as China, Japan.
Yeah, Mongolia onwards,
Taiwan,
isn't it? Yeah.
Whereas we refer to Asian like India, Pakistan. And I was trying to look up the other day what is the correct term for people from, say, India, Pakistan, and from the Middle East. Is it East Asian? Is it Persian? Is it what? I couldn't quite figure it out. I think it's actually East Asian.
Yeah.
That we refer to them over here as East. People from India, Pakistan,
I mean,
and
our
Middle East
old
countries.
maps, you used to have sort of East Asia, didn't you?
fact,
Asia. Then you had Australasia, didn't you? Which was Philippines and things like that. But then...
So I think to us, technically, India, Pakistan and so on are Asian.
Yeah.
And China and Japan are East Asian. I think that's how we call them over here. It gets really confusing. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yes, you get the Asian language like in India, Pakistan, Hindi, but then you occasionally get like Spanish and French and German. You get a lot of Spanish, but I wouldn't necessarily know if I heard it whether I was listening to Spanish or Portuguese. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, they are very close languages.
Paul Di Tommaso says, I had a question for you a little bit ago. Did you do an app model making guru for me? Because I'll never find it now. Can you do it again, but put app model making guru? I'm just seeing if I've missed it. Oh, it's jumped. If you want to post it again, but do an app, my chat's died completely.
Yeah, we're
now.
not deliberately ignoring you, mate. It's just, we are rubbish.
Where are we up to? Let's have a look. Searching now, sir. Oh, question. What magnification does your goggles of magnification have? There we go. These are Carson fishing lenses, and these are the +4 diopters, this is where it gets confusing. +4 diopter is 2 times magnification.
Yeah.
+3 diopter is 1.5 times magnification. But you have to be careful when you buy lenses. It might just say +4 or +2. And if it doesn't say diopter, you never know if you're buying 2 times magnification or 4 times magnification. So these are the Carson ones at +4. I've also got my headset of seeing that Colin's got the same one, and that's got everything from, I think, +1, +0.5 to, I think, +3 diopter.
What is it?
+3?
+3.5 or +5? Something like that.
+5, I think, which is about 2.5, 3. Yeah. So, this is basically 2 times 2 times magnification or +4 diopters. These are available on my web store and on Colin's Amazon web store. Carson flippity tops. These are quite good. I've got my headset as well, the same one as Colin, which you can mix and match the lenses, but these do me for most stuff. But these are Carson, Carson. If you wear glasses already, they're quite an easy way to put on without having to wear a headset around your head. I do find wearing a headset for a long time quite
I get a headache.
Yeah, I get a headache as well. It's like, oh, my brain hurts.
Probably because when you sweat, the first thing you do is you tighten up the headband.
Yeah.
We keep tightening and tightening. All of a sudden, you get like brain fade.
Brain fade. I think for me, it's the weight of the thing on my head.
Yeah.
That one I got, because I got the same one that you've got. I got it from your store. The first thing I did was take out the electric light, the LED light in the battery pack, because I don't need that and it's extra weight.
Yeah.
If you do buy a headset, here's a tip for people. If you do buy a headset, like a visor to go over your head for a magnifier, either buy one without the light in it because you really don't need it, or if it's got a light in it, make sure you can remove it, because all those lights do is put a load of extra weight on the front of your head and they'll give you headaches. You don't need the light. You don't need the light on the top of the head thing. You've got your lights that you work under anyway. So make sure it's either got no light or you can remove the light completely.
Yeah, my light I just use as a torch when I'm looking for stuff that I've dropped for the carpet monster.
Oh, yeah. But I've got the same one as Colin. It's this one, but I just took the light unit out because it's just an extra, like,
it's a pain in the
3.5 kilograms I didn't need. I don't know what magnification that one is. But I do like the fact you can put 2 of them in, though.
Oh, yeah.
I must try that. Actually, I'm going to try it now without my glasses, because I said about the weird focal.
I never have my prescription glasses on when I use my Optivisor because I wear varifocals.
Hey, you're right, you know.
I know.
So, how did I ever doubt you? Hang on. Because what I found was, if I've got my visor and my glasses on,
yeah, no.
I have to have it exactly the right place, otherwise it goes out of focus. But if I take my glasses off...
Don't have your glasses on, mate. See, you've learned something from Festa for a change. Dun 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 dun.
I know.
Who'd have thought it, eh?
It's still got a small area of focus for me, but it's a bit bigger without the glasses on.
Yeah.
That's cool. Awesome. Because I'll use that when I'm doing delicate painting. You see, I use that when I was painting my deathcore dudes.
But you can also, like I say, just add additional lenses as you need them.
Yeah, it can hold 2. But these are handy if you need to quickly get something magnified and you don't want to put a big dobbin thing around your head. So I tend to wear these all the damn time, which means when I'm not doing this and I'm looking at the computer screen or something else, I end up with headaches because I spend my entire life. The thing is, if I need to read instructions on a like how to cook something in the oven, I have to get these out because I can't read the tiny text anymore.
The eagle-eyed viewers have noticed that even on the E-Model stream, I've got my magnifiers on because I can't read the text on the monitor.
He says, can you get magnifiers over 4x? Well, these are the ones I've got in mine. And what size? Does it say what size they are? That's... Okay.
Yeah, it says on the little square at the top there. It'll tell you the size.
That's got 2.5... It says 2.5x, 2x, 1x, 1.5. So I assume the one that's in there...
Yeah.
The one that's in there is going to be... What did I say the one was? 2. It's going to be 3x, isn't it?
I think to get more in the direction he wants to go, you're going to be looking at surgical loops.
Yeah.
Which are really expensive.
Yeah. These go 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and that's 3.5. Yeah. You can put 2 of them together.
Yes.
So I could put a 2.5 and a 3.5, but I don't know if it's diopter or magnification. Yeah. So this 3.5 could be diopter, in which case it's 1.25 times bigger, which is nothing. I suspect it's actually mag though, because if it tends to be X, it tends to be magnification.
Yeah.
So, because if that was one diopter, that's half. That's magnifying it half as much, which is rubbish. So that's probably 3.5 times mag. So that's, you could get about 5.5. There probably are some out there where you can get really high mag, but like Colin says, you really get into the territory of either medical loops or jeweler's loops. Yeah,
which I've got a set of them as well.
Yeah. I mean, you can get proper jeweler's loops where the little thing that goes over your eye, the little tiny eyepiece.
Yeah.
But then you're staring through one little tiny telescope, and it's not that great.
No.
You could ask Chris Williams over at Gross Models. Don't forget, he's a horologist. He makes clocks.
Yeah.
Repairs clocks, so he will know all about like, jeweler's loops and things like that, and proper magnifiers. But that one that I've got there that I showed you, the headset, that's in Colin's store, Colin's Amazon store. How much is it? Like 30 quid or something?
Yeah, about 30 quid. Yeah.
Yeah. You can put 2 sets of the lenses in, so that'll give you, if you have your 3.5 and your 2.5, it's about 5 times, 6 times mag.
Yeah.
That's not bad. It's not bad. It's more than you probably need.
I mean, for what we're doing, it's perfect. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, this is, like I say, this is 4 diopter, which is 2 times mag, which is all right for gluing stuff. If I'm painting delicate stuff now, I'd probably put that headset on with a 3.5 times mag.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely fine for painting miniatures for me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for when I'm filming and that, the Optivisor does come out, but when I'm doing the lives, I pretty much get away with my normal flip-up set on my glasses.
Yeah. See, I wonder as well, I've never really asked, but I wonder if, like, opticians can actually provide you with, if you can actually go and get, like...
You can get prescription flip-ups, yes.
Yeah, so, like, you could go to them and say, I need something that does, like, 7 times magnification for my glasses, please.
Yeah, that's where I got my yellow ones from. For working under fluorescent light.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they can do, like... I need flip-ups, I need them to have a certain magnification.
Yeah, you can, but they're not cheap.
Yeah, they won't be cheap.
Because it's opticians, in it? It's like,
yeah. Or just, like, it could be... Next time I go and get some glasses from Specsavers, yeah, I need a pair of normal glasses. And for my second free pair, can I have a pair that just magnify everything by like 10 times, please? Just normal glasses, 10 times mag.
Yeah.
Because you get two for 99 quid at Specsavers whenever I go. You get a spare pair, don't you? So
Yeah. You certainly do.
No. Why is it that the easiest part of other languages for us to pick are swear words? It's true.
Because it's the law of
they're the first ones you learn when you're at school. Unofficially. Lynn wants to learn German and Japanese.
Good shout.
Yeah, I want to learn German. I think at our age, it's hard enough to learn a new language, but at least when the new language uses the same alphabet, more or less, it's a good start. If it was like Russian or Japanese or Greek, you're really knackered because you've got to learn a whole different alphabet.
Yeah, Greek is one of them languages, in it. You sort of think, I'd love to learn that.
I dated a woman who could speak 4 languages: Chinese, Korean, Filipino, and English, says Dorcosaurus.
Oh, nice.
If somebody can speak that many languages, they probably learn them from a very young age. Somebody who can learn. There was a thing on Late Night with Stephen Colbert the other day where they showed a video of this news reporter.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't know if he's like ABC or with BBC or CNN or somebody, but no, he's Associated Press, and he's like he just does pieces to camera for any news channel, does it for AP, so different channels use it. Mm-hmm. And they showed him reporting from somewhere in like English, French, German, Swedish, Spanish, Italian, and Russian. It's like, how many languages does this guy speak? Apparently he speaks like 8 languages.
I mean, that's proper, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, fair play.
You've learnt from a very young age, basically.
Anyone that speaks that many language, I take my hat off to them. It's like Vincent, isn't it, that comes in quite a bit. You know, I mean, when you think he speaks French, Belgian, a bit of Flemish and English. And his English is really good when you consider that it's not his first language.
Well, it's for those that don't know, like Vincent, Mr. Lewis Model Making, and TK, Teeks Models, both really good friends of ours. We've known them for years. But the funny thing is with both of them, we've always just spoken to them as if they're just regular English speakers. We've never... It's almost like you sometimes forget you're speaking to someone who isn't a native English speaker.
Yeah.
Like, I've always just spoken to Teeks without thinking about it. Whereas if I was speaking to someone, anybody else, you'd be like... Sometimes, you speak to someone who isn't a native English speaker, and you have to be careful about what you're saying, because it's very easy to just for them not to know what the hell you're talking about. But with Teeks, I've almost, within days of meeting him, I kind of forgot he was even not a native English speaker.
Absolutely.
You look like you're painting Father Christmas there, dude.
Yeah.
Looking very Christmassy.
Bless him. Yeah.
Are you stippling?
I am, mate. Just building it up bit by bit, mate.
Yeah. That with your artist's opus brushes or your army painter brushes?
My army painter dry brush, believe it or not.
Ooh.
But it just creates what I'm after at the moment. And I'm only just going over bits and bobs. Oh. There's probably 1,000,001 ways better to do it, but...
You do it the way you see fit, dude.
Absolutely.
You do it the Festa way.
Absolutely.
I speak 4 languages, says Totally Scale Models. English, profanity, sarcasm, and real shit.
Man after our own heart, Steve. Don't ever change.
What do I speak? I speak English, a little bit of French. Rusty secondary school French. Bullshit and waffle.
Yeah.
That's 4 languages.
Yeah.
And I know 1 song in a different language. Well, I know 2. Everybody knows Alouette because he learned that in French school, in school. But I know 1 song in German, but it's a World War II wartime song.
Yeah.
And it's a bit rude. It's a bit rude about Winston Churchill, but I learnt it because I knew the tune
think
first.
I know the one. Yeah.
Well, I knew the tune. No, it's not. It's a German song.
Oh, right.
It's a German wartime song, and I knew it from the tune, and then I found out it was an actual song later. I think it might not have been an actual World War II song. It may have been written after, but it's just made to sound like a World War II troop song. For those asking, it's a song called Eine dicke Zigarre, which is about it's rather insulting towards Winston Churchill. But it was just a piece of music I used to have in my collection of library music. Hello, Mum Fox.
Hello, Mum.
Colin says hello, Mum.
Hello, Colin.
She says hello.
Bless her.
Internet says hello.
Hello, Internet.
Now Mum Fox is like, can I go back to bed now, please, or what?
Yeah. So I want to go back to bed. Leave me alone. Oh, bless her.
I've got that song in my head now. Eine dicke Zigarre. I can't sing it because it's copyright. Oh, God damn it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. But I can't remember the lyrics as words unless I try and sing it, because then it just kind of clicks into place. Eine dicke Zigarre hängt aus einem Maul und es ist fett und unangenehm. Jeder weiß, dass es stinkt, wenn sein Glimmstängel qualmt, und sehr geht leider niemals aus. Der Dicke hasst die Leibesertüchtigung sehr, wir aber hassen ihn noch viel mehr. Eine dicke Zigarre hängt aus seinem Maul und ist fett und unangenehm. Yes, it's years ago. And I'm quite surprised I can remember the lyrics. And that was really butchered German. If I sing it, I get the pronunciation a bit better, but I can't sing it.
Yeah, you don't want to go mispronunciating, do you, mate?
No. Ooh, I'm going to go make a brew now, because... Bitch. I need to go make a strong cup of tea with bromine and...
Yeah, no worries, mate. No
right,
worries.
I'm going to make a brew. Do you want one?
Yeah, all right, mate. No sugar. Just a spoonful of honey.
I'll drive it down for you then.
Good man, mate.
I'll be back in 1 moment. You've got 49 minutes left on your 2-hour alarm.
Yeah, I've been standing up on and off anyways, mate. But
also, that didn't sound good. Oh, McPlant burp. That was a double McPlant burp, that was.
Oh, good man. Let's clean me brush off and I'll do a bit of chat, Dolly.
I know it sounds rubbish, but I really do like the McPlant. It's
I've
nice.
not had one yet, but now that I'm on this super duper new diet thing, I might give it a go.
You should ask her if it's looking after your diet, because it's all vegan stuff, so it's all just vegetable stuff. But I think it's quite high. It's quite high in salt, though.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
I think it's got quite a lot of salt. It's got
I'll
like
ask the diabetic nurse. See what she says.
Ask her. Because if you can't have like the crappy McDonald's burgers, it might be an option. It's produced differently and away from all the other meaty stuff. So
yeah.
But I'm not a vegan. I'm not even a vegetarian. But you know what? It tastes really nice. It tastes nicer than their burgers. And
hey, mate. Like tastes nicer, mate. Then, yeah, go with it.
Yeah. It actually tastes like a Whopper.
Lynn's saying, hi, Mama Fox hugs. Now go back to bed.
Go back to bed.
Bless her heart. Go make your tea.
Rabbit says, look, lady, I speak 2 languages, English and bad English. Corbin Dallas.
Absolutely, right, yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly the greatest advertisement for English, am I? Let's be honest. But, yeah.
Clean that pot out, you filthy bugger.
I'm wrong with that. What's up?
Look at that. It looks like you've been butchering things in that pot of
Will you leave my pot alone and go and make your bloody tea?
I'm going to go and make my bloody tea, right?
Yeah, go make your bloody tea.
Bye.
See you in a bit.
I'm going now. Bye. 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 Bye.
Oh. Hyperactive fox. Bless him. Right, I'll clean me pot. He'll be happy now when he comes back. Steve says, talk about beds. I'm off to my empty cold bed. Oh, bless you, mate. You're on your lonesome, are you, mate? Bless you. What else is there? Dorkosaurus says sarcasm is my second language. Retro Rabbit says as is light. Is that from the Fifth Element? I think it is, isn't it? God, could I have got a movie quote right? Oh, be proud of myself if it is. Sure, that's from the beginning of the Fifth Element, where the robot is about. Say the robot, but the big squishy robot-y type thing. God, that was quick.
Bugger.
Oh dear, the Burko wasn't on. 5-1 on.
I would have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
But Mama Fox turned the bloody thing off, didn't she, when she went to bed? Cowbag. I says to her, when you go to bed, leave everything on, touch nothing.
Yeah.
Come and knock on, and I'll go and sort that out for you when you go to bed. So she's turned everything off.
Good girl. So your tea making Burko machine.
my tea lady big boilie has to sit and boil for a bit. Lynn Dipple says McPlant, I just googled, has 1,045 milligrams of salt.
Holy shit! Yeah.
I don't know if we've got that much over here. I thought it was something like 400 milligrams.
Yeah, I won't be able to have one of them then.
Nah. Totally Scale Model is off to bed.
See you later, Steve.
Take care, buddy.
Steve says they've all gone to Wales. Oh, bless you, mate. Nothing worse than a bloke home alone, is there? Because we're useless when we're on our own.
Yes. Edward Lennon says, how does it taste on the rebound? Actually, you know, like, you don't get the McBurp. You know, like when you eat McDonald's, it's like eating a load of packing foam and you just get, when you burp, it just goes...
Yeah.
You don't get that. Bizarrely, when you have the McPlant, when you burp, it just tastes like the McPlant. It tastes exactly the same when you burp, which is weird.
Oh.
It's quite nice. It's quite a nice flavour. Oh no, boiling some water is so hard, says Rabbit. Well,
It is.
we've got one of them big tea urn things that keeps the water hot. We just go in and pour the. It's like a industrial tea urn, like you get in a factory.
Oh, and he's gone. Doctosaurus says, pardon me, that sounds like some instant high blood pressure. Yeah. And
Yeah,
he's
so when
back.
you've got like a 4 foot tall tea urn, you don't have a kettle. You expect it to be on with the hot water. So when you go down and Mama Fox has turned it off an hour and a half ago, I have to wait for it to boil the water now. It's like,
Oh, lammakins.
but it's not a kettle. It's like 500 litres or something. So it takes ages. I'll have a quick look actually and just see how much salt is in the McPlant over here in the UK, because
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, I know we're pretty thing in the UK at the moment, ain't we, with salt content and that, and we have a lot of different additives over here, but damn, that would, yeah, I can imagine the rollicking I'd get.
it says here McDonald's UK nutrition ingredients McPlant. Let's have a look. Doodaloo, of which sugars, grams of which sugars in what? Oh, it says of which sugars in grams, 10 per portion. Fibre 4.6 in grams. Protein 19 and salt 2.2 grams. None of that makes any sense. Hang on a second. Let's just actually read that properly and not just in the Google thing. 1,798 kilojoules. 429 kilocalories. Let's have a look. There's more calorie in the bun than there is in the actual burger.
No.
Because the bun is 695 kilojoules. Oh, sorry. 164 kilocalories in the bun, 160 in the burger. Nutrition summary. Right, here we go. Energy, 1,798 kilojoules. What's the R? I don't know what the RI is. RI adult. 429.
Recommended intake.
Ah, right. So it's 420. That's 21% of your RI. Oh, it says reference intake. Oh, reference intake of an average adult. Energy is 429 calories, 20 grams of fat, 6.6 grams of saturated fat, 10 grams of sugars, and 2.2 grams of salt.
Bloody hell.
I don't know if 2.2 grams is... That's 37% reference intake. I don't know what that means. Is 2.2 grams a lot for a burger?
I've got no idea, mate.
Let's compare it to... let's compare it to a quarter pounder then. Let's have a look. McDonald's. What do you normally have? A quarter pounder or a Big Mac, or what do you have?
Normally it's a Big Mac.
McDonald's. Big Mac.
Yeah, all of my normal stuff is gone out the window now.
Yeah.
Which is probably good because, you know, yeah.
Here we go. Big Mac. A Big Mac is 2.3 grams of salt in a Big Mac. So, and in a McPlant it's 2.2. So it's almost the same amount of salt in a McPlant as there is in a Big Mac.
Oh, right, yeah.
The patty has a little is about 186 calories compared to 160 odd in the plant one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's slightly less salt in the McPlant than there is in a Big Mac.
Oh, wow.
I think the difference is a lot less fat as well. So it's salt wise, it's no for you. It's slightly better than a Big Mac, if that helps.
Yeah.
You're probably getting less if you get a chance later on, if you do a search for the burger and the stuff, it's actually got it on the McDonald's website. It's got a list of all the bits. But I'm guessing the UK McDonald's might be different to US McDonald's then, I guess. But yeah, so it's salt wise, it's a little bit better than a Big Mac.
Yeah. Shocking, isn't it? You'd think it would be such a big healthy option. It's like, yeah.
Well, I suppose it's whatever they've got to put in it to make it like meat, innit? They might have to put more salt in.
This is why me missus makes me up chicken salad every day, that sort of thing, you know. It's all fresh veg, done, dusted.
There you go.
Because
Bish, bash, bosh.
her philosophy is, I'm the one who will get the rollicking off your diabetic nurse.
Yep.
If your diet isn't great, she said. So
I'll tell you what's really handy then, because what I was doing for a while when I had to go on a healthy diet, when I used to be at work, was I'd go into like Aldi or Tesco or wherever,
yeah,
and I'd just buy a pack of drumsticks. You know, you just get the tray of pre-cooked drumsticks.
Yeah.
Just chicken drumsticks, bang, there you go. And that'd be my lunch. I'd just sit and waffle on them for 20 minutes. So it's basically chicken and load of chicken drumsticks.
Absolutely. You know, I'm eating breast tuna, that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know, loads of salads and, yeah. I mean, yeah, it takes a bit of getting used to, but then when you think, you know...
I like salad, though.
I don't mind it. You know, my missus thought I'd be quite objective. And I said, look, at the end of the day, I'd sit there and eat half a dozen bags of beef crisps. What's more nutritional, a bowl of salad or that? I said, come on.
Yeah. And the good thing is, if you eat a big bowl of salad, then in an hour you do a massive trump and it's all gone. There you go. You can fit more food in there. But the thing is, I mean, I was eating lots of salad and chicken and tuna and stuff. But with Mama Fox the way she is now,
yeah,
it's nothing's like on a reliable timetable. So I buy salad and stuff, but it sits in the fridge for a couple of days and it's gone off because we haven't had it. So I've given up now.
I mean, with the diabetes, you graze.
Yeah.
You don't sit and have big meals. You're eating little and often just to try and keep the body digesting something rather than itself almost, you know. And
but that's where you're, like you were saying before, things like, you know, bags of nuts and stuff like that are good.
Yeah, bags of walnuts, that sort of thing, you know. I just sit and graze on that because at the end of the day, me sitting here eating, I don't know, what I would call nibbles, peanuts, twiglets, bags of crisps. It's high in carbs, isn't it, and all of that.
Oh, yeah. What about, I assume you could do things like proper porridge oats.
Yeah, not the ready break stuff, but proper.
No, proper like box of oats. That's nice...
we've got the big bags, and then I measure it out X amount. And
that's a nice filling breakfast. That.
Oh, it's gorgeous, mate.
Thing is, do you make it with water or milk though? Because I make my own milk.
Milk.
Yeah, because it says add this much water. I'm like,
yeah,
no.
It's what's the word? Lactose, low lactose stuff.
Yeah, semi-skimmed.
Yeah, and I mean it's fine. You know, I'm getting used to it. It's like anything. It's a big dietary change for the body, isn't it? So
it's all food.
But
you just say to your body, look, that's what's going in. Get used to it.
Yeah, it's not as if I'm going to go hungry, is it? It's just got to, dare I say it, eat a proper balanced diet for a change instead of shite.
Do you know what I like to do though? Sometimes if we've got salad in the house, sometimes I'll be there watching a movie or something and be like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to get that massive bag of spinach and just put it in a bowl.
Yeah.
And put it in my face.
Absolutely.
Because the funny thing is, it's like when you eat and you get full, apparently, from what I understood from the things I'd read, the feeling of fullness doesn't actually relate to how much food you've eaten.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's how long you've been eating for. It does relate to the amount of food in a certain amount, but some of it is based on just purely how long you've been eating for.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you can sit and eat, salad and stuff, and you can go for a certain time and then you'll feel full, but you won't have eaten that much because it's salad, but you've been eating for, say, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll feel full because you've eaten a lot of food, and sometimes it's because you've been eating for 20 minutes or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean,
and then because you've eaten salad, of course, you're not going to get fat on that, and then you can also do a big burp later and go back and eat more.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got me dinner to have. I'll sit and have that whilst I'm watching the pre-practice for the MotoGP. It's... I'm not going hungry. I'm just moderating and doing things differently because I keep going hypo at the moment, and it's problematic. And where I thought I could manage the diabetes on diet alone, it's reached that point where that's no longer viable.
Yeah, well, that's why they're sort of aiming the sights, aren't they, on your different medications and stuff?
Yes.
Because I assume it's going to be a mixture of medication and diet.
Yeah, diet and medication. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like even if you have to go on a healthy diet with chicken and tuna and salad and nuts, it's still food. You can still feel. You can still nibble. You can still feel full. It doesn't matter. It's not a burger.
Absolutely. I'm changing some of my MS meds because obviously they might, or the diabetes meds could impact that. So I've got my diabetic person liaising with the MS people. So yeah, it'll get there.
When I was doing my healthy eating stuff, because my doctor said you need to get your cholesterol down.
Yeah.
Before we put you on drugs that get rid of it.
Yeah. Do you take
Let's
statins?
see if we can. No. He said before we put you on any pills, let's just see if we can do it based on just not eating shit all the time.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah.
So try that first, because you might not need to go into anything. I said, yeah, but if you put me on statins, I've got to start reading the Daily Mail.
Yeah, I take statins. Yeah.
And that's the wrong pen. I actually really enjoyed it because it's like I can sit, because up until that point I'd sit and because if I get bored, I'd sit and nibble on stuff all day, and it'd be crisps and chocolate and packaged meats and stuff. And it's like, okay, so what you're saying to me is I can sit and nibble on stuff all day, but it's salady bits and it's healthy and I enjoy it, and it means I can sit and nibble and not get fat. Excellent. Yeah. So I enjoyed it because it means I could sit and just graze and nibble on stuff all day long. Yeah. But it wasn't doing me any harm, and I enjoyed it. I do like
my missus said I really didn't think honestly thought, she said, you'd be wibbling all this week. She said, and I've not heard a peep out of you. I said, one, that's fear.
One, you terrify me, love. You should know that by now. It's been 30 years.
I said, well, what's the point? At the end of the day, it's for my own benefit. Yeah. Why would I resist that?
There's no difference between having a packet of crisps or eating a bag of nuts.
I said, if you say I can have it, fine. If you say, actually, you can't have that, fine. But it's ironic that the diabetic nurse, and it's funny, Kevin mentioned it the other night, was saying about have a bag of jelly babies or a bowl of jelly babies somewhere in the man cave. So if you do get a bit hypo, you've got something that you can quickly whop in that'll give you a kick up the backside.
Yeah, that's just more for an instant sugar hit, isn't it? Really,
yeah, obviously don't eat the whole bag because
don't eat it all. This is just like an emergency. It's like a little. It's like a
because it'll have the wrong effect. But
it's just a quick handful when you need it, rather.
But as a quick, you need a kick up the backside because you're getting a bit. It's handy to do that.
That's why they always say things like having a Mars bar or something sitting around, or a couple of chocolate bars just there, just in case. That's what they always say about diabetics. Have something like that there just in case.
And it's just that. It's just getting habitually into that habit, Fox.
Yeah.
And
you've just got to find it.
You know me. I'm a creature of habit. So suddenly when things have to change, I get a bit resistant, as you know.
You're a creature of habit once we've beaten the habit into you. That's how you work.
Yeah. It's a bit like pimpage. Nag me for 7 years and I start doing it.
Yeah, you become a creature of habit when we nag you enough.
Yeah.
I'll quickly whiz through the chat. Let's have a look. I use my Keurig to make instant hot water.
Oh, right.
I don't know what a Keurig is. Lindipple McPlant 510 calories. That's not good either. I think the American one must be different because it's getting different numbers.
Well, it's like if you get a Dr Pepper in the States, it's 10 times more potent than one in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah. McHeart Attack, says Edward. Didn't McDonald's have to list the bun as a cake in the EU because of how much sugar is in it?
Oh, yes.
Make your own food is the best option, says Edward. Compare it to a homemade burger.
Yeah.
Last time I was in France, I made a point to have the McRoyal avec fromage. It was a big burger, says Rabbit. The McRoyal is much larger than a quarter pounder.
Yeah.
And that's the burger that's in Pulp Fiction, the Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese.
Yeah, or as they say in The Simpsons, the Royale with cheese. Here in Shelbyville, they have this burger called the McCrusty with cheese. I thought McDonald's would have renamed the quarter pounder to something else over there, says Dan Kramer.
Yeah.
That's why I don't eat at McDonald's or Burger Thing, says Lynn, because of the... Yeah, I mean, we don't... It's one of those things that ideally we wouldn't.
Yeah.
But Mama Fox is 83. And if she occasionally says, I fancy a McDonald's, I can't really say no.
You know, it's like the missus, you know, every now and then she'll go... Because, look, I mean, up until recently, you know, I was managing the diabetes on diet alone. Mm-hmm. As you know, because you've been here when she's done it. You know, it's... Well, you've been good. You've kept your diet. You can have a Mackie D. But you can't have another one now for a couple of months. And she sticks to that. Now, there's no point in waiting for her to go out to work and then ordering a Mackie D, is there? Because
because it's just your own health that you're destroying.
Yeah, the only person I'm impacting really is me. I'm ruining my own health. And
yeah, it's not like telling a child you can't have McDonald's because you don't want the child to eat it. It's telling you can't have it because it could kill you.
Yeah, so
it's
it's like she said. I've got no issue you having treats. She said, but don't go on Amazon Pantry and buy shed loads of stuff this summer for your fridge because I need to know what you're putting in yourself, which I understand. Yeah. So she said, I can get sweets or jelly beans or whatever. She said, but you got to moderate. She said, it's that simple.
Yeah, you have got the advantage when it comes to things like drinking, smoking, and food.
Yeah,
that you've got a wife who you're terrified of if you get in trouble with her. So you can't do any of that. Because the price that we paid is not worth it.
Makes her out to be such an ogre, but she's not. She's lovely, but I need that. I need someone to say, don't be a twat.
Yeah, no, she's not. She's not an ogre. She just knows that you can. She knows what to do to make you terrified of her.
Yeah.
She knows you well enough. She knows how to bollock you, and that's you've got that life.
Oh yeah,
if she wasn't
said,
there.
If I don't listen to her, a padlock's going on the man cave. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, if you didn't listen to her, you'd be dead by now. Right, shall I go and see if the water's boiled yet so we can have my cup of tea?
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries.
I'll go and have a listen. I'll go and have a listen and see if it's still boiling. Hang on.
Oh, bless you. I would say, yeah, I do feel sorry. Edward Leonard saying that is the burger from Pulp Fiction, Royale with cheese. Lynn's off for the night. She's been up since 4:40. I'm tired. Night, my friends. Night, Lynn. Take care, my darling. And we will catch up soon because I need to ask you that question, how you got on, darling. Yeah? Keep an eye on Lynn, bless her. Edward Lender says, night, Lynn. Nice seeing you, bless you. And sweetie. Yeah. We all love Lynn. Lynn's lovely. Yeah. They broke the mould when they made our Lynn. Yeah, bless her heart. But yeah, it's been a bit difficult over here, escaping everything that's going on at the moment. But I don't know how you're getting it reported where you all are, but we're getting rather sanitised versions over here at the moment. But that's enough of that anyway. So what's your plans for the weekend then, peeps, other than all these live streams that we do over here? Got any builds that you're planning to do at the weekend, or DIY or anything like that? Every bloke now's going, DIY? No, quick, don't tell the wife. It's all good. Oh, there's the distinct sound of someone who's now got his beverage.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Back now.
You're happy now?
Nice hot cup of tea.
Oh, yeah.
And then I turn the boilie off.
Is it Barry's tea, is it?
Of course it's Barry's
course.
tea. There is no other tea. There is no other tea. Lynn Dipple's going to bed.
Oh, yeah, I read that one, mate.
Oh, lovely. Good
Yeah,
girl.
just going to bed, bless her. Sort of saying, we all love Lynn.
Aye. Oh, I've not updated me numbers for me tank. Let's see, how many hours have I put into that thing so far? I'm going to guess now, probably, let's just...
Oh, I'd say at least 60.
No, 43. Yeah, let's say 55. Whatever I write down, it'll become about 150 when I put it on eBay, so... Yeah. No, I don't lie. Right, what are we doing? Cashier number 3, please.
That's the thing,
Candygram
innit?
says, I'm hoping to spend a little time in the 24/7.
Oh, good man. Be nice to see you in there, Jeff.
Yes, I might go in there one day.
Yes, always nice to catch up with Jeff.
Yeah,
Very
I might go in there
interesting
one day.
person.
I'm such a comedian. 37, 38, and also 39. What are you doing? What are you doing? Painting
Painting.
squig still.
I am. I'm just putting base colours down. on
Painting a
things
squig. Painting a squig.
So that
Painting
I
a
can
squig.
remember where I got to.
Painting a squig. Boom. 37, 38, 39.
Just to get an idea of where I'm going with it.
I've got the blankety blank music in my head, but not the theme tune, but the bit when they're writing all their answers down. Like the background music.
Yeah. I'm old enough. I can still remember Celebrity Squares.
Oh, I can't remember that.
Bob Monkhouse.
Man, I don't remember the music. It's Friday. It's 5 to 5.
It's Crackerjack.
Was that Crackerjack or was that something? Was that Sale of the Century? Wasn't it?
No,
No, not 5. No, not 5 to 5. Live from Nottingham.
Norwich. Yeah, live from Norwich. It's the quiz
That's
of the
it.
week. Yeah.
It's the quiz of the week.
Yeah. Nicholas Parsnip.
Nicholas Parsons knows.
Yeah.
37, 38. Come on now. Just keep looking at the parts and you'll find a number you need.
Yeah. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
All these numbers are printed upside down. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's not on. Turn it round the other way. You'll be fine.
Oh, don't heresy. You try and confuse me with your elusive lady language. Diddle 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 dip. I'm trying to think of some interesting science news that I've learned this week, but I can't
Science
think of anything.
news.
Yeah, but I can't think of anything.
Yeah, there's been not really been much going on in the science world lately, is there? I mean,
Well, there's been stuff going on in the astronomy world, but I can't think of any of it right now.
Yes.
It's all to do with black holes at the moment.
yeah, dark matter and yeah,
You're just saying random things now, aren't you?
I am. I'm just trying to make
You just
conversation.
say things that you think sound sciencey. Dark matter, yes.
Dark matter, black holes, holes that are black. Didn't they say that there's a black hole at the centre of our galaxy?
Welcome to 1937.
I don't
Yes,
know.
there's one. There's one at the centre of most galaxies. Not all, but most. They think.
Try and make conversation, and he has to mock.
I know.
Don't ever change.
Yes, we have a supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A star, at the centre of our galaxy, which we've never seen. We've seen the. This is the funny thing, you see. We've imaged black holes at the centre of other galaxies,
Yeah.
but not our own. We've only been able to infer its presence by the motion of some of the stars around it. because we've seen I can't remember which one it was now. We've seen a couple of them where we see the classic shape with the weird donutty shaped accretion disk. In other galaxies, betrillions of miles away, but we haven't seen our own because there's just too much crap between us and the centre. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating. Space. What do you know about things?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I know nothing about anything and anything about nothing.
Tell me about nothing.
Not a lot of people know that, but there's nothing there.
Because the thing is, if you talk about nothing, you're probably still talking about quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Oh, I don't elude to be a phantom of knowledge or an oracle of knowledge. It's
You should do.
no, it's not that.
You don't have to know anything to like get away with people listening to you about. You don't. Have, a lot of people that profess to know about science know nothing, and they still get money out of it.
Yeah.
Do 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 do. Steady now. Beat the devil out of it.
Absolutely.
Oh, matron.
Bob Ross and
Absolute.
his rickety shacks.
Absolute char. I'll never forget that Maury painted a water mill, a shack with a water wheel on it, and the perspective on the water wheel was completely wrong. I've only seen him mess up twice, and that was once was the water wheel,
Yeah.
where the perspective was completely
off.
wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know if you could. It was almost like you could tell he knew it, but he was not saying anything.
Oh no, a good artist wouldn't, would they? Let's be honest.
And the other one was where the one time that he painted a person in one of his paintings.
Yeah.
The one time he put a person in one of the paintings, and it was terrible.
Oh, bless him. Oh, that's good news, Phil.
What's that?
He's got an interview for a dog adoption.
Oh, lovely. What kind of dog? Do we know? Or is it just an initial interview at this point? Not for a specific dog? Yeah, it was the one time he painted a figure, and it was like a nighttime scene, and it was of course all trees and stuff. It was all trees and mountains, but in the centre was like it was all dark apart from the glow of a campfire in the middle, which was beautifully done.
Yeah.
And it was all like like in the centre was this campfire glow, and there was just leaning against a tree. I think was like a figure of a slight cowboy type dude with a hat.
Yeah.
And it was terrible.
Oh.
It was worse than what Ravel thinks a human being looks like.
Oh, really?
And it was only in silhouette, and it looked worse than that. And I was like, wow, Bob, you really shouldn't. There's a reason you don't paint figures in your paintings. And yeah, it wasn't great.
That was up there with the SWAT guy, was it?
Oh, yeah. How about it,
You better waltz the line.
how about a what should we talk about, dude?
Well, we're deliberately avoiding what's going on in the world, aren't we?
Yeah,
So
we're not talking about obvious events.
No, it's one of those, isn't it?
Why don't we turn it over to chat and say, for the love of baby Jeebus, give us something to talk about. Ask Colin anything. There you go.
There you go. Ask us anything, folks.
For the love of everything that's made of pencils, please, for the love of dog, give us something to talk about. Ask us questions in chat about anything, science, molecules, art, anything, apart from religion and politics and current world events. Yeah. But other than that, for the love of baby Jeebus, please just ask us something in chat, because we're kind of both tired and we haven't got anything to talk about. And that's not much for you guys to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, what was it now? 20 to 4, probably finish at 4.
I'm normally up till 5 anyway, so at the moment, so I'm good to go to whenever.
Yeah, so let me have me dinner then. So.
Oh yeah, good point.
But yeah, we'll finish at 4, the UK time, whatever that is in the States.
That's in what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes or so, yeah.
Oh, okay, it's not that bad then. We're not that desperate then for conversation. Phil says, a little white half chihuahua.
Oh,
Interview with the person who's fostering him. If it goes well, we'll arrange a meeting.
Oh.
Candygram says, science news. Although you should really put science in all capitals and put an exclamation mark at the end of the word science. Science news.
You can always talk about your crush on the female scientist.
We've done that.
Yeah, I know, but, you know, I want to mock you more.
There's only so much you can say about. She's dreamy.
Is she better than Kira?
Yeah, because she's also into archaeology and stuff. Science news. As of today, Voyager 2 is 18 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds of light travel time from Earth.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. That's a good factoid.
Somebody go into Google and try and convert that into light years so we can see how much of a light year that is. I think it might be a light year and a bit. I think. No, I'm talking rubbish. It's 18 hours. It's 18 light hours. No, I'm talking rubbish. Ignore me.
Yeah.
18 light hours is not 18. Is not 1 light year.
Amazing to think that something that mankind built is out there like that, isn't it?
Oh yeah. We'll never see it again, probably. Never see it again, ever. Edward Len says, I am just farting away with anything that catches my interest. Basically, sanding away resin for now on the squig off. Make sure you're wearing a respirator.
Yeah.
Or at least a mask. And putting in magnets, but no plans, just farting away, basically.
How are you enjoying it, Edward? Are you glad that you got it? You know, because we know that you had a bit of an awkwardness with it, but are you happy now?
He's built the super cannon.
Oh, is he?
He built the super cannon. He built it so that the super cannon he's got was powered by the farts of one of the grots.
That's right. Yeah, I may have showed it on the Sunday brunch. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember it now. The hose pipe coming out of his arse, wasn't it?
Candygram says, science news. A man-made object that used to be in orbit smacked into the far side of the moon, which was unintentional.
Oh, is it hit? Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Turned out it wasn't part of some. It was part of some Chinese rocket, I think.
Yeah, they said something, a couple of tons of rubbish, wasn't it, or something? But yeah.
Retro Rabbit says, stupid double-slit electron propagation changes whether it's being observed or not. That's a physics joke. I like that. That is such a mind bender. The double-slit experiment is such a mind bender. Something just whizzed past my face. What?
Oh, that's that spider that you've been.
No, it's a flying nonsense, I think.
Oh, is it that one that we don't like saying, Daddy Long Legs? Is it?
Oh God, no.
Because
No.
you're not a fan of them either, are you?
Oh no! If I hear one of them going against a light bulb, going, I'm out the room and I'm burning the house down with fire, and also I'm calling the police. If there was a Daddy Longlegs in this room, and for the American viewers, a Daddy Longlegs is a crane fly, not a spider. Over here, if there's one of them in the room, I'd actually get Mama Fox to come and kill it. And Mama Fox is 83 and she can't do anything. So that's how rubbish I am with crane flies. For the Americans, a Daddy Longlegs is what we call, the harvestman spider.
Oh, right, yeah.
The little round thing with dead long legs.
Yeah.
They're weird, them. They're kind of weird. They're like little round pills, but with these long hair-like legs. You know the ones I mean, don't you?
Yeah.
They're kind of fascinating. I don't mind harvestman spiders. You very rarely ever see them in the house, and when you do, it's really hard to actually catch them because you don't want to hurt their legs.
Makes you wonder why they call it a bloody Daddy Longlegs when you think of it.
Because it's got long legs.
Yeah, but why a Daddy Longlegs? It's like,
I don't know.
Or is it because kids used to go, Dad, Longlegs?
Could be. But it's funny how the Americans call the harvestman spider a Daddy Longlegs and we call the crane fly a Daddy Longlegs.
Yeah.
Crane flies are one of the few things I'll actually kill on sight if I see it.
Yeah, you're not a fan of them, are you? Mind you, I don't like them in the summer. They're bloody pain.
Crane flies and wasps. The Daddy Longlegs spider is not part of the spider family, says Rabbit, assuming we're talking about the same thing. Apparently, if you have those Daddy Longlegs spiders, the harvestman spiders, if you look at them, they do look a bit like wood lice. They've got like segmented frilly bits.
Oh, right, yeah.
So maybe they're more like kind of that kind of wood louse type family, but they're more like an arthropod perhaps. But the reason you don't want to throw those out is because they eat the other things in your house, like spiders.
Yeah.
They eat the other nasty things in your house. They only hunt spiders and things, which is cool. Edward says, bzzz. Grow up, Fox. Colin, give him shit. Dorcosaurus says, arse. I was about to say that it has 2 segments to its body instead of 3. I don't know. Yeah, crane flies. There's a crane fly in the room because they can't control where they fly, and they always fly towards a light bulb, and
Dink,
you can sit there.
Dink, dink, dink. Yeah.
It's the not. You hear the classic.
Yeah.
Because they go against the light bulb, and you're like, crane fly, out the room, gone. I'm halfway down the road, mate.
Yeah.
Gone.
I'm not a fan of them.
No, it's a midge, I think, that flew past me. Tiny little midge. It was
right,
It was in here yesterday. A little tiny midge thing. I don't care about them. The funny thing is, right, I've got the only thing I don't want in the room when I'm trying to go to sleep at night is a spider, because I know it's there.
Yeah.
So I'll throw it out. Or any tiny little mosquito that makes the loudest noise in the world when you're trying to sleep.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm with you.
So if you get a little midge or a little fruit fly, they're silent. You don't hear them, so I don't care about those. If you get like a little mosquito, it's going...
Yeah, it drives you nuts, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like having a jet engine. I can't sleep with them. I have to go and find it and destroy it. But it's funny though. On the wall, I've got a poster on the wall behind my standing up lamp.
Yeah,
and it's turned round so it's white, so it reflects the light back onto the workbench.
Right. Yeah.
But because it's like a white sheet of white paper, and it's lit up by the back of the lamp, of course, creatures get attracted to it. So if I get a flying creature in the room, it's quite handy because I can guarantee it'll be on that poster. I can just catch it and throw it out. Yeah. Because they go. So moths tend to walk around on it. But it's funny because sometimes I'll be sat here and I'll hear little slapping noise like... Yeah. What is that? And it drives me nuts. And it's really loud. And it usually turns out to be like a tiny little midge that's like as big as that. Yeah. You can't even see it. Like it could be like a tiny little midge the size of a molecule. Yeah. And it's just going onto the paper. Yeah. Like bouncing into it. But it's the loudest noise in the world.
It drives you nuts, doesn't it?
It's like it's the size of an electron, but so I have to catch them and throw them out. Which sounds silly for something the size of a molecule, but...
Yeah, but it's nothing worse, isn't it, though, when you're trying to have a kip, and like say all you can hear is...
Well, it's all right when I'm asleep, because the lights are off then, so they're fine. It's just when the light's on, and I'm sitting there like watching telly or playing a game or something, and I can just kind of hear it, and I'm like, oh, I feel more bad that it's banging its head against the wall constantly. I'm like, oh, I'll help you out, just come here. But... I don't mind little flying dudes in the room because I don't really care, as long as it's not a midge that makes that shrieking noise. It's not a daddy long legs. I'll just leave them to it. If it's like a little midge or something, I'll just leave them to it. They won't last very long anyway.
Oh no, bloody hell.
As long as I can't hear it when I go... it's like if... Some people don't like house flies, but if I get like a house fly in this room, because, you know, you get flies in the summer, they get a fly in the house. Yeah. And for some reason, they always follow me around. We'll have the French window open in the summer downstairs. And you always get, like, you know, 1 or 2 little house flies or blue bottles or something that come in through the French window. They seem to be able to find their way in easily, but they can't find their way out. Yeah. But, and invariably, if we get one downstairs, by the end of the day, it's joined me up here. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. Because it follows the light. So when it's dark downstairs, it just comes upstairs to where the lights are.
To where you are, yeah.
So I'm like, I just leave them to it, and then when I go to bed, I'm like, right, I'm going to bed. Go to bed, night, because they tend to just go to sleep when you turn all the lights off. So just leave it. But I have found a trick. If you get a housefly in your room, let's say your room is naturally, let's say it's summer, and you're in a room where the curtains tend to be closed. Like this room, the curtains are always closed in here. Yeah. So what I tend to find is the room can be, you know, not dark, But if I pull the curtains back a bit, obviously outside is daylight, so the light comes in. So you've got a light patch where the window is.
Yeah.
So what I do is, dead clever this, and it works every time as well. I've learnt how to herd flies.
Oh, right.
Basically, what you do is I've got a window here that opens to the outside world.
Yeah.
And there's a curtain across it. And over the curtain is a little bit of like mosquito netting just stuck on with Velcro, so I can open the window but not have things flying all the time.
Right, yeah.
So what I do is I turn all the lights off. I pull back the curtain a little bit and I pull back the mosquito netting with it and have the window open.
Yeah.
So the housefly just flies straight towards the light.
Right.
Sometimes it goes around a bit, but it eventually goes towards the light. So the window opens like that, so it's an open out window. It goes towards the window, and as it goes towards the window, I slap the mosquito netting behind it, and it's got no choice but to go out the window then. So it's basically if you've got a housefly and you've got a patch of light where there's a window, you just have to kind of shepherd it towards that. And I've got this. I do the same in the kitchen with the back door. Yeah. I have the back door half open. I just kind of shepherd them out towards the light, and then it sees the light and goes, "Oh, I'll go that way."
Oh, wow.
So they don't seem to figure it out themselves. You have to give them a gentle push towards the light. So whenever I get a fly in this room, if it's daylight outside, I'll just sit there with the curtain open and go on, out you go, and it goes out the window. They're quite good. They're quite good. They're quite well behaved. Fox, it's on your shoulder. You didn't remove it. It's still there. Bzz, it's looking at you. Bzz, bzz, it's got big fangs. Hello, bzz, I, bzz, no, bzz, you, bzz, hey, bzz. It was a midge. I saw it. It's only a little midge. I don't mind midges. 'Twas not a daddy long legs because it's too early in the year and you'd know their sound. They'd be like...
Oh, mate, they're a pain in the backside because the minute you open your window, a micromillimetre, one of them gits is in your house. It's like, really? Go away.
I've got to be honest, it's many years since we've had one in the house.
Yeah, do my head
It
in.
has been many, many years since we've had one in the house. Thankfully, it's many years since I've seen one, to be perfectly honest. But, yeah, I can't stand the things.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've actually seen one. I don't know why they gross me out and I freak out when I see them. I don't know why. They're just as harmless as them. They're just it's just a big pointless mosquito, basically, dangling legs.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think it's because they don't know where the hell they're going and they go into everything. I don't know why they gross me out.
I think it's because they can fly around your face and they tickle and they're like, oh, go away,
I think it's because
thing.
I think it's probably because when I was a kid and I was at the bus station going to school, I put my hand on a railing and squashed one.
Ah.
And it's like, ah, I don't know. That might not be it. I don't know. I've always had a bit of squeegee with them. I don't know what it is. It's just weird. I mean, spiders make sense because, 8 legs, move fast. Don't like that.
Yeah.
But crane flies, no idea. We've not seen them for a long time. I'm quite happy with that. We didn't have many spiders last year, actually.
No, that's a point. Yeah, there didn't seem to be that many about, did there?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I did hear yesterday, though.
What's that?
And I'm sure this is too early in the year, but I went downstairs yesterday a little bit early. I normally go downstairs about 9 a.m. to open the porch and unlock the porch and stuff.
Yeah.
For, the mailman. And I went downstairs about 7:30 yesterday morning, opened the front door. Lovely sunny morning, fresh smells of the air, and I could hear a blackbird singing its heart out.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, it's still February. This was, well, not yesterday, but a couple of days ago. It's still February. Shouldn't they be in Africa or somewhere?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, they shouldn't be out singing.
Great, don't they?
I don't know if blackbirds do, but I'm sure they shouldn't be out singing at this time of year. But I read a thing on the BBC website today saying that plants and flowers are now actually blossoming a month early.
Yeah.
Because of climate change. Everything's kind of scheduled moved forward a month.
Yeah, the seasons do seem to have gone, don't they, all over the place at the moment.
Well, we're all going to die, so hey, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
You're going to have fun while you're here. But yeah, so it was like, it's a lovely sound, but I'm sure like the end of February is a bit too early for you. Go back to bed. That's my favourite sound in summer, though, is just blackbird singing.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
When it's that early in the morning that it's the only bird you can hear, and like, because in the summer sometimes if I'm feeling brave, I'll have the window open when I go to bed because it'll be really hot. So when I wake up in the morning, I usually, you'll wake up at like 5 or 6 in the morning to go for a wee.
Yeah.
And there'll be like a blackbird in our tree in our garden singing, and then you'll hear one halfway across the neighbourhood singing back.
Yeah.
And of course, the other one is really echoey and distant. And it's like, such a beautiful sound, the back and forth between them, because one's really loud, one's really quiet. And it likes to sit right at the top of our little fir tree, a big fir tree,
Yeah.
and sing its lungs out. So it's one of my favourite sounds, is a song of a blackbird song. Beautiful, beautiful song. Could listen to it all day. Just when it's just the blackbird before everything else wakes up, because then the wood pigeon comes in and just ruins it.
Yeah, bloody things.
Because it's like the blackbird is there singing this beautiful, beautiful musical song, and then the wood pigeon comes in going, England, Vindaloo.
Yeah, you got
The wood pigeon's like a flipping football fan singing a chant. And the blackbird's like, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Blackbird's going, I am trying to do culture, if you don't mind.
Vindaloo. Yeah, the wood pigeons do kind of ruin it a bit. Oh, that's your alarm, sir. 2-hour alarm.
Oh dear.
2 hour. Get you wandering about.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be 4 o'clock imminently anyway, so...
Yeah. We can finish if you want. I'm happy to carry on, but
Yeah,
if you want to call it quits, I can.
I shall finish because, need to go and have
Yeah.
my dinner and,
Go and have your dinner.
been sat at the bench and
Aye.
I've got to be good.
Yeah, you can't really do too many but-numathons, can you?
No, it's one of those, isn't it? It's funny, H was saying, you're going to be on till 6 or 7, are you? I went, no. I said, I'll be good. I said,
Yeah.
I'll know when the time's right. I said, because I've got
No,
to have my dinner.
R5, love, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose we can't have you on for too long anyway, can we? So,
Yeah.
that would not be good.
Hopefully things will get back to normal as soon as possible, but...
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed you get all your bits sorted out and then you just got a normal routine then.
it's just a temporary blip. It's like Wednesday, I was hypo Wednesday and was late into my own stream because my boy was dealing with he being hypo.
Yeah. Well, not much you can do about it. Nobody expects you to be on. Nobody expects you to put your health. Nobody. I'll start that again. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, yeah, I totally know what you mean, mate. And,
Nobody expects you to put this nonsense before your health.
Edward Leonard says, anyway, love you guys. Thanks for the stream. Appreciate it. Love the birds. My wife feeds them all winter long. Absolutely.
You know what I would love more than anything else?
What's that?
I'd love to become what. There's a phrase that calls. There's a phrase. You are crow friend. I'd love to become crow friend. When you get them in the habit of like being fed by them, that they bring you gifts in return and they treat you as a friend because they get to recognise your face. I'd love that, to be a crow friend.
Oh,
It'll
nice.
never happen. I try it with our magpies, but it doesn't quite work. They're not quite as.
Candygram says, thanks for the live stream, Festa and Fox. Take care, everyone. We'll do,
Yes.
mate. As usual,
Take
folks.
care, everyone.
Massive, massive appreciation to all of you that have kept me and my sidekick there, sidekick co-host,
Cool, I'm a sidekick. I've always wanted to be a sidekick.
company, because, we do enjoy it. We do like these Fridays, don't we, mate?
What kind of sidekick am I? Am I a hapless sidekick or a spunky sidekick or
You're the
an indefatigable
super,
sidekick?
you're the super suave, windswept and interesting sidekick. You're not Robin, as in Batman and Robin. You're there, you're your own unique, super duper Marvel character.
Oh, okay, that'll do. I was thinking more like there used to be a cartoon series called The Amazing Available Temping Man and his hapless sidekick Sticky Boy.
Okay, I've got no idea of that program.
No, it's early internet webcomic. It's like you won't find any trace of it now. It's called the Available Temping Man because he was like an office worker. It's long gone, sadly.
Bless.
Yes.
But yeah, so massive thanks, folks. We'll see you again on Warhammer Sunday, round about 4:30, 5 o'clock, Fox. Yeah,
Something like that. Mama Fox allowing.
absolutely.
Unless she miraculously gets up earlier somehow, I don't know.
Absolutely. Remember, you can support us both on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop or patreon.com/modelmakingguru.
Yeah.
And you can also join our channels by clicking the join button on any of our content. Massive, massive thanks to you all. Please stay safe.
I might do something tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Might.
Please stay safe, everyone, and hopefully we'll see you all over the weekend.
Yes.
Bye for
I did
now.
a Ted thumb. I'm doing a Ted thumb. That's not
I
right.
know, you're good. Do you want to do your adios?
Adios, amigos.
There you go.
Yeah.